Welcome to the Olympic Velodrome, a superb setting for the 23rd World Gymnastics Championships. 400 competitors from 41 nations have made the pilgrimage to Montreal, and their endeavors will be reflected in our very comprehensive and indeed exclusive coverage over the next 6 days. With the boycott of the '84 Olympics by the Soviet Union and most of their satellites, these championships have taken on a very special significance because all the top nations are competing here. Now, the choice of Montreal is a very interesting one because it's only the second time that these World Championships have been taken out of Europe. And, of course, this city did host the 1976 Olympic Games. Indeed, the citizens of Montreal are still settling the enormous debt incurred by those Olympics. And would you believe the complex is only now nearing absolute completion. 1987 should see the work done. In this ultra-modern velodrome, the cycling Olympic medals were contested, but this week, the elite of the world's gymnasts bring their skills to the arena in search of world titles. Montreal is Canada's most colorful metropolis. It's the pearl of the French-speaking province of Quebec.
In the early 50s, the Russians entered the world sporting arena for the first time since the revolution. And in 1956, they gave gymnastics its first real international superstar, Larissa Latinina. When she retired in 1966, she had won 24 Olympic, world and European titles. She was succeeded by the lovely Vera Cheslavska from Czechoslovakia. Her Mexican hat dance floor routine in the Mexico Olympics gave her the individual gold medal for the second time. Cheslavska was considered way ahead of her time, but forecast that her movements would be surpassed by the gymnasts of the future. How right she was, and it happened sooner than she thought. In 1972, Olga Korbut literally changed the shape of women's gymnastics. Although she was 17 years old, she looked like a waif, but she introduced acrobatic elements which many thought impossible for a woman. Won the all-round title, but she inspired millions of girls around the world to take up the sport. Women gymnasts were getting younger. She also created her own unique place in history by scoring a perfect 10 for the first time in Olympic competition. Also in Montreal, the Soviets and most of the other Eastern Bloc countries stayed away. That left the way open for the American Mary Lou Retton to cast her spell on the Games.
So bringing things up to date there, the American heroine of the '84 Olympics, Mary Lou Retton. And since that in a second, who are the other individuals that might be pushing them for medals?
Oh, well, there are odd individuals in the Czechoslovakian team. There's Hanna Rickner and, of course, the great Katie Sabo from Romania. You know, she's never really won a big one yet, and she'll be hungry for this title. But I think she'll have to do some hard work. And then there's Diana Dereva from Bulgaria. There are the odd individuals who will push the Russians, but I can't see them getting there.
Tell us about the Russians individually, then.
Oh, there are so many of them. Elena Shushinova, who won the European title, and really knocked spots off Yurchenko, who dropped down to 10th place. And then there's Oksana Omelenchik and little Baraksanova. There are really some superb talents in that team.
But what about Yurchenko?
Well, Yurchenko's had some difficulty in training. She's really found it hard. Rodionenko's been working her extremely hard. But she came back, you know, at the World Student Games, and she won. So I think that the Russians are hoping that she might hold it, and Shushinova's coach is on the podium, and Shushinova is going to push her really hard.
Well, at the opening ceremony, over 400 competitors marched into the velodrome, each one determined, of course, to push themselves all the way to their own best performances. Yurchenko and the rest of the formidable Russian squad looked ready for the business of winning medals. Not for them the blazers and the coordinated fashion look favored by some other countries, including the Chinese. 17-year-old reserve James May led in the British boys and girls, looking very trim and relaxed. Carrying the flag for Canada was their bespectacled national champion, Philippe Chartrand, a great favourite in his home province of Quebec. They were enthusiastically received by a velodrome audience of over 5,000. The flags of the 40 nations were sensibly the only sign of nationalism in what was a warm and relaxed setting.
There, Lisa Young from Great Britain, the Britons on the vault and as their first rotation in these compulsory exercises.
Not too tidy, but the judges really are looking out for an extension out of the vault. Lisa didn't quite manage to get that, but it was a sound vault and scoring 9.1. That's a good start.
And Sally Lana, that right angle strapped. She's had troubles with it all week. The physio's been working on it. How's it going to stand up now in competition?
A very nice extension out of the vault, but obviously the ankle giving a tremendous amount of pain on the landing. And poor Sally is rather a panicker. I'm sure she will recover, but it's obviously hurting. And Colin Still, team coach, going in there to console her. It's too late to put in a reserve. Sally started the competition. There we see it again, just the jar on landing, but a good vault. And the score says so, 9.275.
Little Stephanie Micklem in her first big championship. She started very solidly on vault. Must have encouraged her a great deal. It's a tremendously nerve-wracking experience for these youngsters, 15 years old, coming into this huge arena.
And really going through this routine very, very consistently. No panic, taking her time. A really cool competitor for her first big event. And 8.9, that's the top score on bars so far from the British.
Huang Chun from China, the leading Chinese girl so far in the competition. She scored 9.625 on floor, 9.725 on the bars. And that's a lovely vault too.
The Chinese, a particularly strong team, ranked 5th in the world in the last championships, but really being weak on vault. But this year, this is their strength. Just look at that height, beautiful extension. An absolutely excellent vault there, 9.8, what a score.
Well, here we are, the defending world champion on vault, Natalia Yurchenko, beautifully elegant gymnast, and that was elegance personified. Really got the tuck position and then extended it beautifully into the landing, kicking out there. And a score, 9.8.
And Elena Shushinova from the Soviet Union, she's the gymnast hard on Yurchenko's heels, already the European champion this year. And just look at that. That was a super vault, although we saw a better one in warm-up. That was really excellent. .875, the top score on vault so far from Shushinova. And here she is to the asymmetric bars. Really, oh dear, she's challenging Yurchenko. Obviously nerves getting the better of her. She looks rather pale. Really has to concentrate again to start.
Well, I don't think I've ever seen that before. A false start. Oh, and that's worse than a false start. Now that must have been a mental block. She's done this exercise 1,000 times. Oh, and her concentration has gone absolutely.
And she's blown it. There is just no way that she can get back into that chase for the world title now. She was really hoping to get into the top 3. And there's Rodionenko talking to somebody else, pretending to talk to somebody else, and obviously letting Shushinova think what he thinks.
Well, that really is unbelievable that one of the great Russians should make such an elementary mistake. Something wrong right from the start with her concentration. A false start, and then that's 2 falls, which means she's already lost at least 0.5. And I think she's probably lost an element there in the middle of it too. And she, we think, was the person the Russians were putting up as their #1, the European champion, really makes a mess of her set exercises on the asymmetric bars.
And here we see that drastic mount again. She missed with one hand, missed the bottom bar, and she doesn't know what's happened. And just look at the score, 8.725. The Russian camp is alarmed.
Natalia Yurchenko onto the asymmetric bars, needs all her composure. The world champion actually probably feeling the heat's off her a little bit now that the European champion has made a bad mistake, and she's going absolutely beautifully at the moment.
That was just exquisite. If she keeps this going, she's sure of a very high score, and we might even see a 10. But she's lost it. Oh, and just the crowd roars there. Rodionenko's pacing around in the background. She has to repeat the dismount. But possibly her title chance has gone, and who knows, the Russians could lose their lead.
Well, I don't think I've ever seen Russians make mistakes like this. It's the one country that you don't expect to make them. They're so used to it. But look, she takes that too far over. And, I mean, that's quite incredible. One of these two scores has got to count. 9.4. The Russians not had a 9.4 counting before. And Rodionenko, the Russian coach, looks so blank.
And Oksana Omalenchik, a real little chick of the Russian team, she has everything to do. A really dejected Russian camp, but she has to be positive. And what a piece of apparatus to go on to after a disaster. This really is a test of their nerves. A really beautiful little gymnast. And of course this, the set exercise, showing the same movements. All of the gymnasts are doing the same routines. What the judges are looking for is just how well these movements of simplicity can be performed.
Well, the mood in that Russian team still affected totally by those two disastrous errors on the asymmetric bars. Not totally disastrous in terms of their team standing, because they've been so good on the other pieces that they're not far behind, but they must have a very, very good beam. Omalenchik doing it wonderfully for them. Might bring a smile back to Rodionenko's face.
Yes, only 15 years old. Third in the European Championships, and possibly, who knows, she sees her chance of fame. Just look at that routine. Superb. Little Oksana Omalenchik. And 9.9, the highest mark on beam so far.
Now Yurchenko, a supreme gymnast, but this, a test that she's probably not faced in competition before. I don't remember her coming off, and particularly not in set exercises, making even a big mistake.
Well, I have seen her make mistakes, but she's never made a recovery before now, because the mistake has generally been due to an injury rather than a failed move. So this is a new situation for the world champion. Most gymnasts know what it is to have to climb back on after errors, but the Russians make so few that they don't experience that feeling very often.
A group of Japanese behind, waving their support to their competitor on another part of the podium, must all help to make it more difficult for Yurchenko to concentrate on that beam.
Two-thirds of the way through the exercise, and she's going extremely smoothly. One wonders just what is going through her mind at this moment. I bet she can't wait to get off that beam.
But so far it's very good, and that says an awful lot for her character, and a beautiful half twist front somersault there. Finishes it.
A 9.950, what a recovery there from Yurchenko. And now to Katie Sabo from Romania.
Well, here's a young lady who must be licking her lips. The team competition might be beyond Romania, but she knows that these marks in this stage of the competition go through with the gymnasts all week, and she now sees the chances of a gold medal greatly enhanced with Shushenova and Yurchenko both having made major mistakes.
And of course the World Championship is something that has eluded Katerina Sabo for some time. A very, very seasoned competitor. Second in the Olympic Games, but of course the best performer at the Olympic Games, being the winner of 3 individual gold medals. Romania is actually working to taped music, recorded music to their pace, where the Russians in actual fact have even brought their own pianist. A very sound and controlled performance there from Katie Sabo from Romania.
And there it is, 9.775, good solid scoring from her. Now little Elena Shushenova has got to pick her competition up off the ground. It's in tatters at the moment.
Rodionenko, the Russian team coach, a highly respected man in the Soviet Union. He really does discipline these girls, but he's hardly watching her routine. See him in the background there, he's really not interested. And what she has to do in this competition is try and regain his confidence.
Yes, it's quite remarkable, isn't it? That's the coach pacing around in the background, looking straight down at the vault at the moment. He's probably so lost in his own thoughts and worries that he really just is showing his disgust with his own gymnasts. It's the way they work. But Shushenova going very well. He's terrified because, of course, in the first person who went up on this piece of apparatus, Shenikova, fell as well on this piece. So his other 5 have got to be almost perfect. If he gets another fall, he really is in trouble.
And up to the end. Well, a safe routine, so Rodionenko, you can look now, she's off and safely, and a very well executed routine too.
And a hug there from the coach, the Russians showing emotion, something they don't often do, and there's the score, 9.9.
And Olga Mostopanova, the reigning world champion on beam, she's up last, so obviously the Russians are hoping that she could perhaps perform the ultimate. A superb beam worker.
It's been an amazing comeback by the Russians. If Mostopanova does stay on and puts in a good performance, their series of marks are incredible. They can get rid of the Shenikova fall and everything else above 9.9.
This is what the judges are looking for in these set exercises. Notice the demonstration of the split position. Well, they just couldn't go wider. Every toe is stretched, every knee is stretched. Just look at that. That movement called a tick-tock. Legs like the pointers of a clock.
Well, it's usually putting the kiss of death on somebody to even forecast a 10, but we just had a 9.975. And this looks better to me, Monica.
Yes, I'm very nervous, actually. Well, that was superb, and if that's not a 10, I really don't know what the judges want. The Russian camp looks delighted. For a change, they really seem to have come out of their gloom, so let's just wait and see. Titania there giving Olga a hug, and all of the rest of the team congratulating her.
Yes, that's really lifted them. Look what that's done for the spirits. One very happy Russian girl at least. And there it is, it's a 10. Our second 10 of the competition. 10 for Moscow.
And that's just a look of what they look like when they are happy, isn't it nice to see?
Well, what an extraordinary end to our opening program. The young girl that so many experts have tipped as the next world champion, Elena Chuchinova, completely blowing her chances of taking that title. But then the Russian girls fighting back with great courage and nerves of steel to lead the team event. Behind them in second place, the Romanians. Then in third place, the East Germans. Fourth, the Bulgarians.
And that's a much better vault. Her first vault she sat down on, only 8.825. She must have been very, very worried about that one.
And there we see the lift off the top of the horse into the Sukahara after a very fast run, a much better vault there, and the score indicates 9.3.
Hayley Price, the British champion, she's about to vault. She's not had a good competition, but she's a good vaulter. And they're doing the full on, full off.
The most important part of the vault is gathering the speed down the runway and hitting the board in the correct place. A nice full twist on, slightly off centre at the side of the horse. Doesn't look too pleased with it, but the score's not too bad, 9.375.
Jackie McCarthy to vault. The vault, one of her specialist pieces. Real power, this little girl. Oh, and sat down terribly, got all the power in the wrong direction there. Full twisting Sukahara she's going for, but fortunately in the women's competition, she does get a second vault.
Let's have a look and see what went wrong there. Oh, I just think she was rushing to get her feet in fact too anxious to get to the floor, and that caused the over-rotation on the landing.
Now has to compose herself. Forget that one. It's always a much happier gymnast who knows that they've got one in the bag and a decent mark. Whatever happens, it means they can really go for the second vault. Just there, going through the actions that she'll need as she hits the 8.975, the score.
This is where Jackie's competitive temperament really comes into being. She is a good competitor. We all have faith in her. There she goes, a super vault. She has actually scored 10 on that vault in Great Britain, but we don't hope for that standard here. We're looking for a good score in the high 9s. Look at the power down the runway, a very powerful girl. Lots of punch into the half twist. Not a very high lift, but certainly a secure vault. Score 9.65, that's an excellent score there for Jackie. And Lisa Elliott to the asymmetric bars. Lisa came into the team as a reserve originally when Kathy Williams was injured. So she came in not really well prepared, but she's an excellent gymnast, only 15 years old. And that was a really super routine, no mistakes, not a lot of difficulty, but very thorough.
Been a marvellous competition for Lisa. She was second top scorer on the British team. There's that dismount, the shoot front somersault. She'll remember her first World Championships with pride. I'm sure it won't be her last World Championships. A great prospect, 9.125 from her.
And British asymmetric bar champion Lisa Young. Lisa's 19 and she's had plenty of experience in World and Olympic Championships. New move there for Lisa, giant into a ginga. The girls following the men's high bar traits and doing release and catch moves more and more these days. A shoot front pike dismount, and that was certainly a very good routine there from Lisa.
There's that ginga somersault, doesn't get a lot of height on it, but landed it very securely. 9.125 for her.
British champion Hayley Price really trying to make amends in this competition. Had a very poor start in the set exercises, especially on this piece. And she's done it again, fallen from the apparatus, a certain 0.5 loss to her score.
Never really got going here in Montreal. Disappointing for Hayley because this certainly her last World Championships. She's thinking of retiring after the championships are over. Shoot front to finish with. But I'm afraid that's not going to be a very high score, and of course this is a team event, 5 out of 6 counting. So that's a disappointment for Colin Still there, the national coach. She goes into that Jaeger somersault from Eagle. Good to see her going for it. But there's the mark, 8.475.
And now the girls onto their third rotation. Sally Lana just ready for beam. There's a flag in the audience. They are good old British supporters. Sally is injured. She's had to just present herself at vault, which she is allowed to do. And now she really is just going on there to keep the British team in the competition.
Sally came out with an injured ankle. They hoped that it would get better in training, but of course she had to do plenty more training once she arrived. And unfortunately, the injury worsened. So great pressure on the rest of the team. If she just presents herself, she of course scores 0, and that means the other 5 have got to count, mistakes or not. And presumably, Monica, she won't go on the floor either.
I wouldn't think so, but as a tactical move, being the bogey of all the girls in competition, particularly in a World Championship, it does leave a little margin for error. But you can see that ankle, she's really bearing weight on the left to try and preserve it. Very fortunate that her injured ankle isn't in fact her jumping leg on beam, and this is why she's able to complete the majority of her exercise.
Well, so far so good. A couple of major wobbles. There you see, that wouldn't normally be her dismount, but a simple inwards back somersault to finish with there. And Colin Still says, thanks very much, you've done your job for the team.
There we can just see the foot. She's having to drop flat on the heel. She can't really take any absorbance in the ankle. Again, favouring that foot. Very, very clever. And she was very, very brave and did very, very well to score 8.725.
Jackie McCarthy to the beam. Oh, well, that's one crisis point over. That difficult dismount, and everything I've seen before come to grief right at that moment.
The girls have in actual fact set themselves a good standard on beam, because in the set exercises all of them stayed on beam, and I think that's pretty well making history for British gymnasts. So now they're all aiming to stay on in their voluntary exercise, and Jackie's doing a good job there, staying on in that flick straight back, difficult element. Gymnastic and acrobatic elements punctuated by dance series. Going into a planche, whether she'd actually get scored for that, she didn't seem to hold it quite long enough. Now for the big dismount. Arab spring double back, and it was a very good one. What an excellent effort there from Jackie McCarthy.
Here we got a chance to see that again. Good lift, and into the double somersault, and the score's just come up, 9.2 for her. Stephanie Micklem, 15 years old, onto the beam. And she's had a marvellous competition. Lisa Elliott and Stephanie Micklem, our two 15-year-olds, have both acquitted themselves really well here in Montreal. Augurs well for the future.
Yes, Stephanie's first appearance on the senior international circuit is here at the pre-World Championships in Montreal. So she's the one gymnast in the team who's had the advantage of having been to Montreal. But of course, she only just got through to the team by qualifying in second position at the final trial. So I think Colin Still was very brave to put her into the team, and she's really proving her worth.
Well, they're a very big wobble, but she held it really well, and that makes a difference of at least 0.2. They'd have had to dock her 0.5, and she'll probably only lose 0.3 for that.
Arab spring double twisting back somersault. That's a D dismount, a very difficult dismount for Stephanie at 15. A second look. Cartwheel joining the 2 feet together on the beam, which is only 4 inches wide, and 2 twists in 1 somersault to land. And there's the score, 9.025.
Well, Jackie McCarthy to the floor. The reason these scores of 0.25 and 7.25 are coming up, there are now 6 women's judges, and the middle 4 marks are average. It makes it very complicated, but it does give a much fairer overall mark. Oh, and Jackie lands a big first tumble really well. That's a full in, back out, a full twist in the first somersault. Really strong to perform that sort of tumble.
Double twist in the middle tumble. A bad step out, and she'll lose 2/10 for that landing.
But Jackie really has had a super voluntary competition. Some people thought that perhaps she shouldn't be in the team because her set exercise is not so good, but she was our 3rd girl in them as well. And now all these powerful tumbling elements really helping her, and there another double back to finish with.
Well done, Jackie. Her strength most certainly in her tumbling. The dance she never has liked much, but she made a jolly good job of that floor routine. And I think that Colin Still and Yvonne were pleased with that. Look at this first tumble. Look at the power she gets as she goes into the Arab Spring flick-flack. Up into the first somersault with a full twist. Tucks into the second somersault rather untidily, but nevertheless gets their feet first.
And there's her score, 9.3. And Hayley Price, British champion, has not had a good competition. She'll want to finish well, and that's a nice start. Double tuck back somersault.
There with an Arabian and a full twisting somersault in the pucked shape. Last tumble to go, a double twist just landing short, a deduction on landing, but that doesn't matter. A really well executed routine from Hayley. If the British girls keep going like this, they'll hold on to their 17th place or possibly do better.
Jackie McCarthy there, obviously talking a point of technique. Now a chance to have a look at the tumbling run again. There it is, that first double back somersault. Really got over well there.
This is the last tumble. This is when the gymnasts are tired and you can see her just lose her legs, but she's very clever not to fall over then. Obviously looking tired and waiting for her score. There it is, 9.2. The girls are really doing well.
And Lisa Elliott to finish the competition for Great Britain. And whatever the disappointments the British team have suffered during these championships, she's certainly not been one of them. Look at that. 15-year-old girl and performing a full in back out somersault with no trouble at all. If she can get through this exercise really well, she's going to come out as the second top scorer for the British team, and that's marvellous in your first championship, isn't it, Monica?
Oh yes, she really has some tough stuff in here. As she matures and develops the choreography and the routine, she will be a very good floor worker. Another double back.
They're really the dance elements not really matching the difficulty of her tumbles.
No, they do show an amount of maturity, but that's something that can be developed at the 15+ stage, but the tumbles need to be learned by this stage. A beautiful, tight double twisting back somersault. A very good routine, and I think the British girls and the British team ought to be really proud of themselves.
Here we see that full in back out somersault that she started with. puts the foot back on landing, but very good balance. British team leaving the arena, and what a fillip that is. There's a score, 9.55. The Chinese women not as strong as the Chinese men. After the set exercises, they're in 7th position. We'll see if they can pull up in the voluntaries. This is Huang Chun, their 3rd-ranked girl. Very elegant gymnast.
On the last movement, especially as a middle tumble, demanding a lot of stamina.
Chinese, we know, we were speaking to their coaches before the competition, have been working very hard on their strength. They tended to be very good on beam and A-bars, but weak on the floor and weak on the vault. And they really do seem to have improved, Monica.
Yes, their tumbling power has improved. They still need quite a lot more polish, though, to go with. That's an indication of the lack in polish, the finishing on big tumbles. She stepped out of the floor area and she lose at least 0.1 for that. A very bad finish there from Huang Chun.
Great pity. They seem to be almost at the same stage as their men were a few years ago. In this competition, we've seen Tong Fai and Li Ning finishing with careful double back somersaults. That for them would be an easy one. And there she's paid the penalty, 9.35.
For America, Tracy Kalor. Americans coming in after the compulsories in 6th place. This their voluntary vault. And the full twisting Sukahara. A very nice vault there from Tracy. She's not a very experienced gymnast, her first major international championship.
Don Peters there, the American coach. Chance to see that vault again. This 16-year-old American girl gets good speed, the full twisting Sukahara, but not too much height off the horse. But a very good mark, 9.775.
Anna Rishna, Czechoslovakian's most famous international gymnast. So far has had an excellent competition, scoring in the high 9s and everything. But that's going to put paid to her chances. She came into the competition 14th as an individual. A bad fall there, at least 0.5 down on her score. And that is a really cute move and tremendous shoulder control. These girls do recover extremely well after a fall.
Double twist there to finish with.
Handstand pirouette with box split. Very disappointed with this performance because she was hoping to get high up in the top 6. She was 4th in the European Championships on floor.
Well, a beautifully constructed exercise, but badly executed, falling on that opening tumble.
Here we'll have a look and see where this tumble goes wrong. There's the flick-flack. but she takes the twist straight from the floor, totally lacking in somersault, and can't complete the move, and comes down to forward roll, and that is a fall, a loss of 0.5.
Yes, the old adage, very true. You've got to go up, whether you're twisting or not. You've got to get up to do the somersault first. But here's some of that beautiful dance. She's a very elegant gymnast. Some of them are just tumblers, but she really has a good all-round exercise when it goes right. But there it is, down at 9.075.
America's Jennifer Say. Another inexperienced gymnast. The Americans came into the competition in 6th after the compulsories. That's higher than they finished in the World Championships in '83. So they'll hope to hold on to that. Oh, and there's a nasty tumble, and she looks badly hurt. Can't see quite what happened there, John.
Very nasty. Came backwards over this Jaeger. Sorry, she's going for a catch of this leap back over the bar and catches that right leg. Oh my goodness. Seeing it again slowly, that is a dreadful, dreadful. Oh, it's her own body weight coming down there when the leg was totally out of position. I'm afraid that is going to be very serious. It just brings home to you just how dangerous these moves are. They look so elegant when they're performed well, but they're a 16-year-old really pushing herself to the limit, and I fear paying the penalty.
And Sabrina Ma having to follow, and she's repeated that move safely. She must have had a little bit of a worry after seeing her teammate go down with such a tumble, but she really is going strongly. Supposed to be Mary Lou Retton's successor. It was a lovely routine, and it took an awful lot of courage to follow that.
15-year-old Sabrina Ma. There, the Stolder circle around the top bar, and there the catch of, this time she gets it right. And there, a little bit of good team spirit. 9.625 Sabrina Ma's score.
The lovely Irina Baraksanova from the Soviet Union. This little girl from Tashkent. She has her coach with her on this podium. That was a beautiful vault, a Yurchenko straight.
Baraksanova, 16 years old. Real impish little gymnast. Beautiful shape there as she comes over on that straight, and there it is, 9.8 the score. Now, of course, the girls have 2 vaults, and with that securely in the bag, she can really go for broke. In fact, looking at the indicator, she's changed her vault. Yes, that's a very clever bit of tactics, Monica.
Oh yes, a good straight one under her belt, and then just pop the twist in. Let's have a look at it. The Arabs spring onto the board, a lovely shallow flight to the horse, and a nice crisp twist.
There, that indicator in the background, and 9.875 the score. It worked.
Emelianchik. The Russians really have come into this competition with a vengeance. After their mistakes in the compulsory exercises, they're not going to make any mistakes in the voluntaries. Just look at the determination on this little girl's face. And that's how you land a vault. And 9.9, the score proves it.
The great Katie Szabo from Romania to the A-bars. This a very, very important competition for her. She's never won one of the major championships. She was a junior European champion. And it looked as if she was falling out of things when she dropped back in the European championships, but she's come back here with a vengeance. All right, beautiful 360 pirouette on the low bar. Building to a dismount. And a double twist off, just one step forward. There's the score, 9.825.
Very attractive girl here, Dagmar Kirsten from East Germany. Celebrated her 15th birthday on the day she arrived at this championship. East Germans in 3rd position. They're hoping to hold on to the bronze medal position. And that was a beautiful series of flick-flack, straight back.
Very, very steadily, and I always feel the beam is the most difficult, not just because it's only 4 inches wide, but you're up there a meter above the floor, and it's a slow exercise, and there's all the distractions you can see there. It's the Bulgarian girls in the background, all applauding their own person. You're conscious of the audience. You really are stuck up there. Every distraction that there could possibly be around you, and you've got to concentrate your way through the exercise. Kirsten, at the moment, doing it magnificently.
Oh, and she did a lovely double back on the end. A lovely routine there from Dagmar Kirsten, coached by the same trainer as Maxi Gnaut. Jürgen Heritz. There's the double back, a little bit short, actually. She'll lose marks on the dismount, but 9.8, a very, very good score.
Boriana Stoyanova from Bulgaria. The Bulgarians really charged through to come in here in 4th place and look very, very good in practice. But they faltered a bit here in their voluntary exercises. Looking to the experience of Stoyanova to give them a lead here on the floor.
Very nice interpretation to the music. Stoyanova, I can always tell because she never wears a long sleeve leotard. All of her teammates wear long sleeve leotards, but she always has hers rolled up to the elbow. She obviously doesn't like things around her wrists. Much more emphasis on the choreography of the floor exercises. The tumbles are still as good, but the choreography certainly has improved.
There, a really well-landed double back to finish with 9.7 for her. Waiting now to go on to the A-bars, Natalia Yurchenko, the defending champion. Of course, had a disaster on this piece in the set exercises. Fell. But they're going straight into 2 release and catch moves.
Yes, I think she came onto the podium intent to murder this routine unmercifully. That was certainly some routine. Brilliance at its best.
Chance here to see, there's the Kachev, and straight into the Delchev somersault. Beautiful combination there. Yurchenko fighting her way back. She only scored 9.5, which was a big blow to her. There, 9.95 her score.
There's Jackie McCarthy and Lisa Elliott in the audience, relaxing after their competition, sitting next to Alexander Alexandrov, the Russian coach. And Katie Szabo now.
beam, a daunting piece of apparatus, especially when you're hoping to get into the lead in a major championship, the major championship of the world.
She made no mistakes in her set exercises, so on the individual side, although the Romanians I don't think have a hope of catching the Russians on the team competition, she's very well set. It's difficult to keep the calculations going with so many pieces of apparatus and so many gymnasts going all around you, but I would think she is probably the leading individual at the moment. Slipped down to 5th place in the European Championships, but she's really come back here very determined. I think she would retire very, very content if she could win the individual World Championship. Hasn't won a major event. She's been 2nd and 3rd so many times.
Well, that was certainly a positive routine and a superb dismount. Madame Simonescu from Romania, actually master judge on that piece of apparatus.
There's that dismount, yes, and Britain's Meg Warren also judging on that piece of apparatus. I don't think I'd fancy a confrontation with Simonescu. She always seems to get involved in arguments. 9.95 for Szabo.
And world champion on the beam, Olga Mostapanova, and actually leader coming into this team championship. Lovely handstand, double pirouette there to start. Her unique dive Tinska backwards, but quite a hefty wobble at the end of that series. Tremendous amount of noise in the background. The Romanians on floor, and she's really having whoops, and that was a near fall. At least 0.3 for that wobble.
Good finish for her, but definitely 2 major errors in that exercise, and she is the reigning beam champion. And these scores go with her through the week, so that's a real blow to her. Let's have a look at this slow-mo again of the finish. That bit of it was fine. Good double somersault. 9.625, as we thought.
And this tiny little girl is 15 years old, believe it or not. She's Daniela Silvas from Romania. A very strong contender for a medal in the individual events, I would think. And really doing a grand job for the Romanian team. Fully back out piped. You wouldn't think she was big enough to have that kind of power. Triple twist there in the middle tumble, make certain of that.
Well, the crowd loving this exercise. Very cleverly constructed. She's never going to be elegant. She's too short for that, but bouncy, chirpy, exactly as she comes across to the audience. And what a finish for her.
And that was a really cleverly choreographed routine, just to suit her pert little appearance. Very cute indeed, and the audience really going wild about that.
There we can see that little dance routine. All angular and bouncy. And 9.875, the crowd did their best to make it a 10, but it really wasn't worth that.
And in contrast, the elegant Natalia Yurchenko. Rather a solemn girl, and I would imagine extremely shy.
This, the Russians' last piece of apparatus, lovely full-in back out there to start. Yurchenko has really come back, had an immaculate competition. There we are, 2 tumbling runs in the first 25 seconds of the exercise, full-in back out, double tuck back.
Of the gymnast's music is so important as we see the total contrast in styles between Silovas and
Third double back somersault finishes her exercise. Beautiful. She's certainly my favourite gymnast, and she's come back so well, the mark of a real champion. That fall on the A-bars in the sets would have upset a lesser person.
And even taller girls can tumble too. We can't exactly call her tall, she's only 5'2". There it is, 2 somersaults and 1 twist. Landed very safely, and there's the score, 9.925.
Katie Szabo from a town called Zargon. The Volta, final piece of apparatus. Full twisting, Sukahara lands it absolutely solidly.
Just seen Mostapanova make mistakes on beam, and Szabo perform an excellent vault, so that could take Szabo to the top of the ladder in this individual side of the team championship. Let's have a look at the vault. Arab spring onto the board. Yes, a lovely Yurchenko there.
Yes, it was a Yurchenko. 9.9.
Oksana on the engine.
The Russians have been very clever here. Her coach, Titania Perskaya, on the podium with her. And that helps when you're just 15 years old.
Beautiful posture in those jumps. She doesn't drop her head or shoulders at all. And that was clever. Not just one, just look at this, judges. 2 in a row.
Oh, she is amazing, the way she lands the big tumble, the double pipe back there, and then goes on to put more with it. What a face. 16 years old on New Year's Eve she'll be. Marvellous exercise from Romanian.
She looked as though she had enjoyed that exercise as much as we did. Now just look at this tumble. She moves along the floor after completing one with a full twisting dive roll, a man's move, and then continues with that superb dance. She just doesn't tire.
And there it is, it's a 10. They've had to give a 10. Omeleńczyk, the perfect 10. Look at her, she can hardly believe it.
And from the brilliance of Omeleńczyk to Shushanova, European champion.
Now she, of course, had a very bad time on the A-bars in the set. Lovely double straight back to start there. And the Russians been very clever. They've put her coach, Gavrichenko, up on the podium with her. And the senior coach, Rodionenko, has actually taken a position outside the arena because they can only have two coaches on the podium. They thought it would give her more confidence.
Again, fabulous interpretation to the music. And just look at that super tumble. Just non-stop. The stamina these girls have is amazing, and what a finish from that double back.
Another beautiful, beautiful exercise. The Russians have really pushed their advantage home. They made mistakes in the sets, but they've had a wonderful, wonderful voluntary competition.
And it's really so nice to see them so happy. They were so upset after the compulsory exercises. That side 1 3/4 somersault to roll into the flip-flap. It was really lovely. And look at the score, another 10. Well, the crowd are delighted. What a lovely finish to the competition.
And there, the medal ceremony. The Russians way ahead in first place. A delighted team. Yurchenko having a few words through the anthem.
Ladies and gentlemen, the award winner.
Now the smiles. The Romanian second, and the East Germans, the young East German team, in third place. Confirmation there. Soviet Union way ahead, 393.375. The Romanians 388.85. And East Germany 387.5. Great Britain back in 16th place, an improvement for them.
Have done so well, improving their placing. Can the Russians maintain their 100% record? They've won both team golds and the men's individual. But there's a young lady standing in their way, and that's Ekaterina Szabo, the 18-year-old Romanian who won 3 Olympic titles in Los Angeles and looks in gold-winning form here. Natalia Yurchenko, the reigning world champion, leads the Russian challenge, and she certainly has the style to retain her title. But teammate Elena Shushanova, 4 years her junior, beat Yurchenko to win the European Championship, and so she cannot be discounted. Oksana Omeleńczyk, the youngest Russian here, completes the Soviet trio, and she's already registered a perfect 10. Now you'll notice that we've not included Mostapanova or Bariksanova in the top contenders, although they are 3rd and 4th on the leaderboard of the individual standings. You see that Szabo leads the field from Yurchenko, then Mostapanova and Bariksanova. Dagmar Kirsten of East Germany is 5th, ahead of Omeleńczyk and Shushanova, and then Gabriela Fanrich of East Germany is in 8th place. Well, in fact, last night it was learnt that the Russians had withdrawn Mostopanova and Baraksanova, and they replaced them with Omolenchik and Shushanova. So the top 6 competing now looks like this. 1, Szabo. 2, Yurchenko. Dagmar Kirsten moves up to 3. Then comes Omolenchik, Shushanova and Farnrish. So why the Russian move? Well, let's find out now from Monica Phelps and John Taylor. John, first of all, explain what has happened.
Well, I think first of all one's got to explain that there are only 3 gymnasts from each country allowed in this competition. The Russians originally wanted Omolenchik and Shushanova to be with Yurchenko, but things went wrong because they made mistakes in the team competition, and little Baraksanova and Mostopanova finished in front of them. Now, that's not the main reason for them replacing them, though. What's happened is that they're scared silly of Katie Szabo. And the new game plan is stop Szabo anyway. And they feel that with Shushanova in there with Omolenchik, they've got much more chance of doing so. The thinking goes like this. Those two, if things go right, have got enormous difficulty in their routines. And they will be going on to 2 key pieces of apparatus before Szabo. They think that Szabo was overscored in the team event, and if they can get their people on with these difficult routines and get them to score well, that they'll therefore mean that the judges won't be able to score Szabo so high. Just one quick example, Shushanova is capable of doing a double twisting Yurchenko on vault. She goes on vault first. Szabo comes onto that piece after her. Now we know that she'll do a single twisting Yurchenko. Now they won't be able to give her comparatively as high a mark.
This is legitimate, presumably, is it?
It's legitimate, but whether it's desirable is another thing. 15-year-old Oksana Omolenchik is just 4 feet 7 inches tall and weighs 4 stone 8 pounds. But into that tiny frame, she packs enough power to complete 2 tumbling runs back to back, with a total of 9 moves. Elena Shushanova is also 15, but puts together an acrobatic sequence on the 4-inch wide beam that would be a credit on the floor, with a maturity far beyond her years. At 5 feet 2, Natalia Yurchenko is tall for a gymnast. She's wonderfully elegant, but also strong enough to put 2 men's high bar moves together in combination on the asymmetrics. In total contrast, Daniela Silivash from Romania is only 4 feet 5. She's no chance at emulating the grace of Yurchenko, so she chooses dance moves to show off her chirpy character. The East German Gabriele Farnrish gained the perfect 10 for her set exercise on bars and almost did it again in the team event voluntaries, scoring 9.975. Her teammate, Dagmar Kirsten, also has amazing power in a frail-looking body. Look at the lift on this vault. Ekaterina Szabo has a much more mature body, but her dexterity is illustrated perfectly in this floor routine. 7 tumbles in 1 diagonal run. Finally, Elena Shushanova again, this time showing a high-tariff men's bar dismount, the double somersault with full twist on the A-bars. Absolutely marvelous.
Well, a full house here will witness performances of that order in the competition to find the best woman gymnast in the world. Well, I'm delighted to say that Barry Winch is with us once again. Of course, he's just finished competing in his 5th World Championship, and equally delighted that we're joined in the team by the British champion, Hayley Price.
Over, and Andrea Awok from Canada is going to be the first to go on the vault. The order of starting on all the pieces of apparatus made by draw, so there's no advantage having finished higher in the initial things. Here she goes, and it's a straight Sukahara. Tremendous screaming roar from the Canadian crowd. They've really got behind their gymnasts in these championships, really enjoying themselves.
A slow motion view of the vault. As much speed as possible on the runway, a half turn onto the horse, and the gymnast must show a straight body line before alighting.
Now, of course, the women have 2 vaults, so if that first one is a bit disastrous, at least they've got another go, unlike the men. The only time the men get 2 attempts on the vault is in the individual apparatus final. And Andrea Awok came into these finals. There's a score, 9.55. I was going to say she came into these finals in 27th position, so she's not a contender for medals. It means a great deal just to raise your position 2 or 3 further up that top 36. Here she goes.
And the same vault again, of course, and that was better. She didn't have quite so much adjustment on landing. Canadians doing really well, having 3 people in this top 36.
Somebody like Andrea, not used to big competitions, concentrating well with the music from the floor going on behind her. Good position there, held it as long as she could. That's the secret. The judges like to see that position held.
From the gymnast's point of view, it's very satisfying to get one piece of apparatus under their belt. It really relaxes them. Vault is very good. Oh, and there's the score, 9.6 for that second vault.
Well, a brief glimpse of Hanna Rishna, but now Elena Shushanova waiting to go on the vault. Now, I wonder what she's going to do, Monica. Is she going to play safe on her first vault and then go for a big one on the second? Or what? Because she's capable of anything, this girl, isn't she?
Yes, we have seen her, in fact, practice a double twisting Yurchenko, but I don't think she'll go for that straight away. But a very high full twisting Yurchenko. That was a magnificent vault.
A tremendous vault, in control all the way through the flight, and landed it without any movement at all. Be interesting to see what she gets for this. This is exactly what they meant by putting pressure on Szabo. Look at that lovely twist. So much time to get through it, Monica.
Yes, an incredible lift from the top of the horse.
Of course, the vaults all tariffed, and the full twisting Yurchenko is a 10?
Yes, it's a full 10 tariff, but they don't get any extra benefit for a double twist, but it's a good score, 9.875.
Now, she, in fact, is going to repeat the same vault. We know that because there's a scoreboard just behind her on which the gymnast has to put up a number. This one's 461, and that in the code book is the full twisting Yurchenko. Well, I don't think that one was quite as good. She was a little bit short, didn't get the same lovely flight off the horse.
No, that's right. She under-rotated the vault and had to land in a folded position, not an upright position, and she should get deducted for that. Tremendous power down the runway, hands on the floor first, then feet on the board, shallow flight, and just look at the lift. But she had to pike it in heavily and drop the chest on landing. .875 Shushanova's score, the same for the second vault. onto the beam. This is the West German, Anja Wilhelm. West Germans have done very well in these championships. Very nerve-wracking piece of apparatus on which to start the competition.
Yes, that's another thing that's going against Szabo, isn't it, Monica? She's got to start on this piece of apparatus.
Yes, and I don't envy her task at all. But I think she's got plenty of motivation to perform really well because she's really after the gold.
All that cheering in the background for Kathy Giancaspro, the Canadian girl coming off the floor. And the beam, the worst piece of apparatus. Oh, that's a nice finish from the West German. Beautiful. Flick-flack, down the beam and into that double twisting back somersault to finish.
A closer look at some of the movements on beam. A one-legged handspring to land in the crouch position, and that should have been continuous into the flick-flack with the half twist. This code is all about linking together skills of highly rated difficulty.
Yes, at one time it was enough just to put in, for instance, the Olga Korbut back somersault. That at that time was considered very innovative and very, very difficult. Now, you've really got to link these moves together. Here she goes, one flick, two flicks. In fact, it was three flicks before she went into the dismount. And there's the double twist to finish off with.
And there's the score, 9.275 for Anja Wilhelm. Glimpse there of Daniela Silivas, the tiny little Romanian. Just about to start her beam routine. At least the one advantage Daniela has above all the other gymnasts is that beam looks like a main road to her. She's got such tiny feet.
She's also not so high above the ground as the others. Just 4 feet 5 inches. Oh, beautiful. Whip back somersault there, and just not a wobble at all as she landed.
A very nice little move there into the shoulder roll. The judge is really looking for unusual skills that look quite simple, but they take an awful lot of practice. And it's nice to have something very individual that no other gymnast in the arena can perform.
Oh, a sensational sequence there. 3 whip back somersaults off one leg.
The routine must last a minimum of 1 minute and 15 seconds and a maximum of 1 minute and 30 seconds. Look, Arab spring, flick, double back somersault. She just treats the beam like a floor.
There we see flick-flack. Free back walkover, free back walkover.
This amazing finish, Arab spring flick-flack to build the speed and then a double back. That takes a tremendous amount of courage. Silivas came into this last 36 in 8th place, and if she keeps performing like that, she could knock a few gymnasts off on a climb to the top.
There's a score, 9.85, a sensational start for her. Following her onto the beam, the leader of the competition, Katie Szabo, looking as cool as ice, but I wonder what's going on inside her head at the moment. The preparation these gymnasts go through, it includes psychological preparation, so she's taught how to handle this sort of situation.
And I think we'd all like to know the secret to that. Big psychological barrier out of the way. And she's off. That could cost her the championship, and it probably will.
She did that move perfectly, without so much a wobble. It's a very difficult move because she takes that one leg intentionally down the side of the beam. But that time, I'm afraid, both went.
Of course, the unfortunate thing about selecting a front somersault in a beam routine is it is a blind landing.
A little ooh in the background. I'm sure she is not even aware of it, but might give a little bit of heart, because at the same time Yurchenko's on the floor and she just stepped out of the arena. Szabo looking very dejected with that, but she's got to pick herself up. 3 pieces to go. It's not yet a disaster, but it's going to be very tough. She's given herself a mountain to climb, Monica.
Yes, and a psychological advantage to the others. There's the fall. The head drops as she recovers. And to the dismount. No doubt she'll heave a sigh of relief. And it's a good one. A good double back, but that won't mend the situation. I think that all of the girls waiting to go on beam will be feeling nervous because both performers have fallen off the beam so far. There's Szabo looking very, very sad. Probably not sad, probably very annoyed, John.
I think a bit both. Oh, and there's the score. Got marked down very heavily. 9.125. They're being very tough on the beam, and that takes on the proportions of a mammoth disaster now. If she got away with a 9.4, I think she'd have been very, very happy, and it wouldn't have been too bad, but that's 2 to 3 tenths worse than she might have expected, Monica.
Yes, it was amazingly low, especially comparing her routine to Klutz, who went before her.
Andrea Ladagni from Hungary. Lovely front somersault. She landed that one well too.
Oh dear! Well, that's a technical fall because she held on to the apparatus, so even though she didn't land on the floor, she will lose the same 0.5.
She's in 20th position coming into this final, not in with a chance of the medals. Not really having a very good day.
Another minor adjustment there, but all extra movements to maintain balance mean a loss of perhaps only 1/10, but championships are won by thousandths of a point these days. Andrea preparing for her dismount. A double back. Well, so far, 3 performers and 2 rear falls and 1 technical fall.
replay of that very difficult start to her routine, risking everything there. Nothing could be more off-putting than to fall on your very first move.
And this is where that technical fall occurred. Just watch, she bends down and she actually holds the beam to prevent her from falling from it.
The score has just come up, 9.25. Oksana Omalenchik about to start her competition on the asymmetric bars. There, delta somersault and then straight down to the low bar. She really is a lovely gymnast, Monica.
Absolute brilliance. What fascinates me is her head position. It's always in beautiful line with the body. Look at the full twist, flying over the bottom bar. It's like a monkey on poles.
And the double twist dismount. A great start from her. No room yet for a smile, but I'm sure we'll see one if she goes on like that. There, her coach on the floor, on the podium with her.
A closer look in slow motion at some of the brilliance. Just look at the straight line in those handstands. Into the double twisting back away, coming off the bar on the backswing and twisting round twice in one somersault.
Omalenchik, the real new find in the Russian team. We knew they intended her to be in their top three because her personal coach was with her, but she made a little bit of a mess of the plans, and now she's in there to do a job for Yurchenko. And there's her score, 9.8. She's doing it so far. The Romanian girl, Camelia Voinea, she'll be hoping to fight back and perhaps open the way for a big score for Katie Szabo. Jaeger somersault.
Camelia hasn't had any international experience at all. This is her first major championship. A very nice routine, not with a tremendous amount of difficulty, but what she had in there was very, very well performed.
That straddle to high bar. Up to the handstand. The giant circle. Building up speed, momentum. There's the double somersault dismount. .7 her score.
Preparing for the asymmetric bars. The highest Chinese girl coming into this competition, Huan Chung, but only in 17th place. They really haven't put a good showing in so far. Not one Chinese girl in the top 10.
Just very delicately spitting on her hand guards to make sure that she gets exactly the right amount of adhesion.
This is a beautiful sequence, an endo right through to handstand, half turn and stolder, and then into the Katchev movement. Technically, absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Lovely lines all the way through.
There, the Katchev, that really is a Katchev. A lot of the girls do a sort of back straddle and don't get high over the bar, but she really did get some lift.
Yes, the Chinese ability to go from the upstart, which is this movement here, into handstand is quite amazing. Nice straight-armed lift. This is called a clear circle. They go around the bar without touching it other than with the hands. The stolder, invented by a man of that name. And then the shoot front with a half twist. See the special hand grips that the girls are wearing. They have a fold above the fingers to stop the friction and stop the wearing away of the hands on the bar.
Their score, 9.7. A chance now to see on tape Natalia Yurchenko's floor exercise. Here she goes. There's the defending champion, full in, back out, and there's the step out of the 12-meter area that I referred to. Oh, that lovely middle tumbling run there. Whip back somersault in the middle, and has still got the pace to keep going and put a double somersault on the back end of it. Grandeur about her performance. Now coming into her final tumbling run. Well, that was finished beautifully. She just overdid that first full in, back out, and so she didn't get too much of a deduction. 9.75 her score. That's a steady start. Still in the lead, 49.075, and the two young Russians brought in to do just that job. Because of that mistake by Szabo, already up into second place, 48.888. I think we ought to explain that these strange scores coming up, 0.888, which we don't normally see in gymnastics competitions, is because they've changed the judging system only in the women's events. They now have 6 judges instead of the 4, and those 6 judges, they discard top and bottom marks, and from there they average out the middle 4. That's why you get these strange numbers.
And Ulrika Klutz to the floor. She had a disaster on beam. She now has to try and make amends. Beautiful full in, back out. Not very tall, only just 5 foot, but extremely fit. And it gives her a tremendous amount of length. Look at those long, young legs. It's like a foal.
Triple twist there. Very difficult.
And that was a very good routine there. It's nice to see some of the girls wearing a little bit of makeup and making themselves look really feminine, perhaps something that the Russians could follow.
The first tumble run from Ulrike Klötz. All these girls at the top now, including a twisting double back somersault in their exercise.
Reaching out, really looking for length. And that was the last tumble, making sure that she doesn't step back out of the floor area.
Good to see these Germans who've got a lot of new strength in depth, because they are missing a few of their great stars. Maxi Gnauk, who has been one of the top women gymnasts in the world for the past 7 or 8 years, not here at these championships. And there's the score for Klötz. That's a lovely score, 9.825. Well, we're in for a treat here. If Daniela Silivash from Romania can repeat or better the exercise that she performed in the team event, just sit back and watch this.
Another full in back out. Well, that was brilliant. The first tumble, she had a combination, a whip back, 2 flick flaps, and a full in back out. The middle tumble, a brilliant triple twist, and then she had the audacity to pop in another full twisting double back.
And in between all that, some delightful perky dancing. A full house for this competition, and they really are getting their money's worth. Here a chance to see that first tumbling run, the whip back somersault in the middle, back into the flick flaps, and still enough height and speed and rotation there at the end to complete the full in back out. So really this is the remarkable one, the strength to be able to put this one in at the end of a routine.
Yes, John, it was really brilliant. And so well performed. I mean, in slow motion it draws attention to the little faults, and a well-deserved score, 9.9. Audience don't like it too much, they'd have liked a 10.
Katie Szabo now following that brilliant floor exercise from Silivas, and she must perform at least as well as that if she's to have any chance of even creeping back up towards the medals. I really do think with a score as low as that 9.125 on the first piece of apparatus, the beam, and that dreadful error, she's right out of it now, Monica.
Yes, she'll just have to go through the competition as best she can, because you never know when somebody else can make a mistake. Pull him back out piked. This middle pass is really tremendous. 1.5 twister, flick flack, double twister, punch front. 1.5 twist, sorry.
With a double tuck-back somersault, a lovely routine in a totally different vein, a totally different tempo to little Silivas. The Romanian's very good at choreographing and choosing the right music to suit the gymnast.
Look at Szabo's very powerful tumbling. She looks quite a big girl, but she's not. She's just under 5 feet tall and under 7 stone.
Yes, it's very, very easy to get the wrong impression of the size of these girls, because of course you're comparing them all the time with the other ones on the floor, and little Silivas, for instance, just 4 feet 5 inches.
And here the final tumble. Lovely extension in her flick-flack to the double back.
There's the score, 9.85. She couldn't match Silivas. Natalia Yurchenko's already vaulted. Fine vault from her, 9.875. Andrea Ladanyi from Hungary.
So all the girls we recently saw on beam now on floor, because there's a correct order in which the girls have to travel. Vault to asymmetric bars, then to beam, and then to floor. Undoubtedly, that was a very nice routine there from Andrea, but not in the same class as the Romanians.
But even she's got into there the full-in back-out somersault. It's soon going to be compulsory.
And of course, with having to produce a D element, which is worth 0.8, the gymnasts really have to stretch themselves. Bit of an uncomfortable landing and losing several tenths on that exit from the tumble.
Well, it's a really, really exciting afternoon's gymnastics. Already, we're only part of the way through the second rotation, and it's lived up to everything. I suppose the question now, Monica, is can Yurchenko hold off? There's the score for Ledanye, 9.675. The question really, can Yurchenko hold off the threat of Omolenchik and Shushunova? There she is still in the lead, but it's not much, only just, in fact, just under 0.1. So half a slip or one or two brilliant exercises from them, and we do know they're capable of it. They've, of course, both scored 10s for the floor, and that could take them there, couldn't it?
Yes, I think it may be just a matter of personality that could make the difference. Omolenchik is really something special as regards her personality in her routine. She really does project her feelings to the judges and the audience.
Our director, very fond of showing just how important these championships are, likes the world to see the number of people who've come to Canada to cover them. We're somewhere down the far end.
But at this point, we're going to leave the competition, but I can assure you it's only a momentary pause because we're going to continue with the action. We're going to keep you right up to date with this marvelous event with the three Russians fighting out a very tight battle at the top on Channel 4 in just a moment. See you then.
Oksana Omolenchik. She presents herself to the judges. A big wobble, but it was a very difficult combination.
What fascinates me, John, is the pace at which they work on the beam. They really do go through it almost automatically. One can see that they've been through these routines hundreds of times. Very clever little movement on the end there.
Yes, some gymnasts who haven't got too much content slow everything down so they don't have to do too much in the minimum period, but the Russian girls and the top gymnasts, look at that, those two forward rolls there. The Russian girls and the top Romanians really doing the opposite, trying to get as much in as they possibly can. And a double twist dismount. Lovely exercise, but she had that fairly big mistake early in the exercise. Now they've been marking quite severely, and they certainly hammered Katie Szabo when she made a mistake. Let's have put ourselves on the line, Monica. What would you guess they're going to take off for that?
Well, I can't really see that she deserves any less than 0.2 for that wobble. And I think possibly a score of around 9.75, 9.8, but possibly I'm hanging myself.
I'll go down to 9.7. Waiting anxiously. It really does depend, however objective they try and make the judging, and there's the head judge, the lady to our right, the great Lyudmila Teresheva, and she's known to be scrupulously fair, but at the end of the day, however objective they do make the judging, there's a certain amount of subjectivity, and it depends how they saw it. She's there pointing to the video screen which she has in front of her. All the judges' marks are up there, and if they are too wide a range, then they have to discuss it before they go through. If the marks are within 0.2 or 0.3, there's no problem. They take out the top and the bottom and average the middle 4. But if there's a wider divergence, then the head judge wants to know why.
And there, Teresheva asking for a slip of paper to see exactly what the deductions amount to, because sometimes a judge can overlook something, and they must see it from the same point of view. 9.9, John. We were both wrong on that score.
Well, I'm afraid that is a bit of a gift. I really can't accept that wobble. They're allowed to deduct just 0.1, but I do think that was a gift. And I don't think the judges do the sport any service by that sort of marking.
Camelia Voinea from Romania. Even though these are voluntary exercises, the code of points, that's the rule book for gymnastics, states that some movements must be shown in the routine. For example, 2 large leaps and a 360-degree turn. Movements are divided into categories of A. Oh, a full twisting back somersault from a cartwheel. Well, one doesn't mind her falling off on a move like that. Very few seen in the world.
I'm afraid the judges do, though. It's still going to cost a 0.5. But that's the sort of decision the gymnast has to make. They need to put the difficulty in their routine if they're to make the very, very top echelon. And they sometimes pay for it.
Well, in Camelia's case, she won't have a tremendous amount to lose from it because she doesn't stand a chance of a medal, so she can put that one down to experience. And a Sukahara dismount piked.
Shushanova just onto the asymmetric bars. She's only just started this exercise. Watch this middle section.
And that's a super routine. Only girl in the world doing that dismount. 2 somersaults with a full twist in them, called a full in, back out. And in the middle of the routine, a Kachov and a Ginga, traveling very nicely over and under both bars.
Chance to see that again. That's the Ginga somersault. Sorry, no, that's the full twisting double back endy. Well, this is going to be some story unfolding here. The battle between the Russians. Katie Szabo falling on her first piece of apparatus, the beam. Going right out of it, and that's 9.9 for Shushanova. This... well, we could all be made to eat our words about the Russians substituting Shushanova and Omolenchik for Mostapanova and Baraksanova, because we could well see, with this sort of mark they're getting at the moment, either Omolenchik or Shushanova actually winning the gold medal instead of just clearing the way for Yurchenko. I think the battle's right on there now. Sabrina Ma from the USA onto the floor. She's had a long wait, big delay in the judging of the last competitor, but here she goes. she had a shaky first tumble, but recovered well. Nice exercise. There again, you could see a very, very big contrast in the level of difficulty in the tumbles compared to the very top girls.
A closer look at one of Sabrina's tumbles. Sabrina is supposed to be Mary Lou Retton's successor. She's certainly doing well, the top American scorer in this top 36. And this is the triple twist, but she did fall badly sideways out of it.
Yes, the slow-mo always very revealing. They get round fully in the end, but you very often see that the last half of the third twist, when they're going for that one, is done on the floor.
And there's Sabrina's score, 9.65, and for that routine, that's a very good score.
This session of the championships sold out weeks ago, and everybody really buzzing with excitement because the two young Russians edging closer and closer to Yurchenko, the defending world champion. This is Yang Yan Li from China onto the beam.
Yang Yan Li, China's #1, trains at the Peking Gymnastic Institute, where the top 32 male and female gymnasts train together.
Yes, it's interesting to see the way the different nations approach preparation of their international teams. The Russians have a number of centers around the country. The great club at Vladimir, and there's another at Kiev. There's the Moscow club and another in Leningrad. Of course, a very big country, but so is China, and they go for a different approach. They sift through all their talent and bring all the top men and the top women to Peking, and they all train together at the Athletics Institute there.
Oh yes, she controlled that landing well. She could feel it going off a little bit. Very necessary quality that the gymnast has to have is balance, and they don't always find that as easy as one would imagine. Even the boldness with which they skip along that beam surprises me. A bad step back out of the double back, but quite a nice routine there from Yang Yan Li.
I always feel, Monica, that the gymnasts are most exposed on the beam. You've been up there. Are you more conscious of the crowd because you're up at that height above the podium, performing an exercise that's quite slow at times? On the A bars, of course, it's a very much faster routine. The vaults all over in a flash. But up on the beam, you're up there and exposed for a long time.
No, John, I can honestly say I could never remember hearing or seeing the crowd. Only when I'd finished the exercise, and I'm sure it's the same. You know, you put yourself in a total world of your own. And it's only if you've fallen off a couple of times that you start to think about what's going on elsewhere.
.350, Yang Yan Li's number. The red lights on the top of the scoreboard signaling that the gymnast is not allowed to go on the podium, and they go to green on the other corners when the judges give the okay. Once more, they've had a fair old problem on the beam so far today. The judges in disagreement over almost every routine, and it's taking a long time to get through.
Well, with Ludmilla as head judge, she really is very strict. She does like to see fair play, and even if it takes the first half of the competition to get the judges thinking of the same mind, she won't mind that.
There is the score. Good one for her, 9.725.
And waiting to go on the beam is Hanna Ryšna from Czechoslovakia. Hanna really had quite a good competition in the first section in the team event, but then had a bad fall on the floor, lost 0.5, and she could have really been up in the top 7 had it not been for that fall.
Hanna got the attention of the whole arena. Of course, all the 4 pieces go on at the same time, but the beam being a long piece of apparatus in any case, with a maximum length of the exercise being 1 minute 30, all the other rotations are finished.
Now this, John, is where Hanna might well be distracted, because, you know, you're so used to having working on the beam rather, whilst the floor music is playing, and the absence of music is likely to make her feel strange, and she might be aware of the hustle and bustle of people moving around.
Well, she's going well. Came in at 14th place. A little bit offline there, though, with that double back somersault dismount. Here's a replay of that dismount. Cowboys it, that's putting the legs apart and tucking the hands in behind them to help the rotation, but gets there. Yurchenko on the vault. Here she goes, that's the vault named after her. Does it straight. Beautifully executed straight Yurchenko there. A lot of people now using that vault, Monica.
Yes, I'd be interested to see if they show it in slow motion, because she didn't look as though she spent much time on the top of the horse with her hands. We'll have a chance to see that now. There's the Arab spring. Yes, she took it off the fingertips, so really she should be heavily penalised for that, but it remains to be seen whether she is.
There, the score for that, 9.75. But that's her first vault, and of course the girls have 2, so she's got a chance to put that right on the second one, and we'll be looking for a lot more lift and a much heavier plant onto the horse, Monica.
Yes, she'll need that, because hopefully this time she should put in a full twist. And she needs the height off the top of the horse to enable her to do that. Ah, that was better, but still not good enough.
It was better, but by her standards it was a little bit low. Nevertheless, she landed it beautifully, and I'm sure she's going to get marked well for it, because it is a 10 tariff vault.
Just noticed that she doesn't get the heel of the hand onto the horse, just the fingertips, and that causes her reverse action, and she doesn't really get the rotation required.
Look at that anxiety, pacing up and down. 9.875, I think she'll be relieved with that. Not her best vault, but she got away with it.
And Dagmar Kirsten from East Germany for her vault. Dagmar came into the competition in 3rd place. Now that's an unusual vault, a Cuervo with a full twist, and very well executed as well.
Kirsten sitting there now in 4th place behind the 3 Russians, and really just waiting for a slip.
Now look at this complicated vault. It's a handspring on, not a half twist on, and then the half twist comes then. That's right, but she did a full twist, a Cuervo's usually only a half twist, and she had an added half anyway.
Let's see what she gets for that. 9.775. Good by most people's standards, but not good enough. There we are after 2 rotations. Yurchenko still in the lead. Omelenchik and Shushanova still locked together there in second place. Dagmar Kirsten in 4th place, waiting for that slip. And Daniela Sullivan. Natalia Yurchenko, very pensive, just waiting while all the other gymnasts do their warm-up routines on the asymmetric bars. The gymnasts on the A bars given an extra amount of time because the bars, of course, are adjustable. They've got a ratchet between the lower bar and the high bar, and according to your height, what is the actual length that you can change the adjustment by, Monica?
Well, the minimum is 89 centimetres, and all bars have a varying maximum according to the make of the bars. These are the most modern, so it'll go out to something like 150 centimetres.
And of course you need it because the difference in height of the girl gymnasts can be as much as a foot. Well, in fact, it can be more, but I suppose you go from Silivash at 5'5", although there's a little Japanese girl who's even smaller than that here, to some of the Norwegians and the Swedes who must be 5'7".
In the case of a gymnast over the height of 5'5", they can adjust the height of the top bar to make them wider.
Well, Yurchenko first to go in this 3rd rotation. Straddle leap over the lower bar as her mount. Oh! Well, there you've seen the reigning, defending world champion lose her title. I am certain that she cannot recover from that.
Well, she for a moment had a mental blank as well because she got onto the wrong bar. She also has a Delchev after the move that she fell from. And she jumped onto the bottom bar, missed out the Delchev as well, so she'll be low on content.
I wish I could understand Russian or lip read it. What I love about Yurchenko, though, always composed. Take us through it again, Monica.
This is the Katchev. She obviously didn't get enough lift and snatched off the bar. Normally she would go straight into a Delchev. Now she could have jumped up and done a giant circle into the Delchev.
The Delchev, of course, being another release and catch move, a very difficult somersault, so that's what Monica was referring to when she's saying she won't get the difficulty there, because that's where she's relying for her originality in the exercise. We'd expect this at very most to be somewhere around 9.2, 9.3, but maybe right down to the 8s.
Yes, I think it'll be the 9s because the Delchev was probably an extra move and she'd lose 0.1 for that. I wonder what Rodionenko's thinking at this moment. Yurchenko's obviously keeping well away from him.
It's quite funny, she is on the left corner as she looks at the parallel, the asymmetric bars podium, and he's way over on the right-hand corner in the middle of the arena, looking straight down it, not looking at her, not attempting to have any contact with her.
Of course, Yurchenko does have a history for making quite a few mistakes because in the past she's dropped down at the European Championship. She dropped down into 10th place after a mistake on the bars.
The worst weight a gymnast can face, when you know you've made a mistake and you just want to see how bad the judges think it is. A lot of discussion over this one, so I think some judges probably are deducting more for the missed move than others.
Just looks as though she's glued to the spot. She hasn't moved from that spot. I don't think she's even taken off her handguards yet. Absolutely mesmerised.
There are the panel of judges. They've now had their discussions, sorting out 9.125.
Well, she now knows exactly how Katie Szabo felt.
On the floor, Oksana Omalenchik. Just watch this first little tumbling run.
Most gymnasts will be onto their third tumble run, but she's onto her fourth by now, having done a double run and a flick straight back just for good measure. How about that then? Omalenchik's already scored a 10 in these championships, and to my eye that routine was even better, but she can't get 10.5.
Don't think the crowd have seen anything like it before. Thunderous applause. She's back onto the podium to wave to them.
And out of a double twist, walk out, then into a flick flack, a dive back Tinska, an Arab spring, a 1 3/4 Arabian dive roll to stand.
And then to finish with that double pike back. No, sorry, that's the opening tumble routine. A double pike back somersault, not content to leave it there, puts 2 in on the end of it. Really has made a speciality of coming out of tumbling runs, and instead of stopping where most people would be content to have landed a major tumble safely, just shows how well she knows where she is and carries on. That, the formidable face of Madame Simonescu, the Romanian head judge on the floor. I think there are a number of judges who got a 10 up there, and I think she doesn't think it is a 10. She's seen a fault, and she's trying to convince them.
How she can't smile after that routine, I'll never know.
Well, she's been at the centre of a number of controversies in her time. I mean, particularly I remember in the 1980 Olympics, that huge and very lengthy row about Nadia Comaneci's mark on the beam. She thought it was worth more than 9.85, and had it been upgraded, Nadia would have got the gold medal. But in that occasion it stood, and that went to Elena Davidova. Crowd hissing and booing.
Well, Madame Simonescu is out of her seat and she's gone over to the jury. Don't know what she has to say. And Omalenchik smiling in anticipation, hoping that she'll get the 10, talking there to Kolesnikova, who's the Russian number 6.
She's a delightful little character, Omalenchik. She doesn't actually look as if she cares too much whether it was a 10 or not, because she knows it's very, very good, and I think she already knows it's going to be very close to it, and that will do for her. One thing we can say for certain, she's just taken the lead.
There's Mrs. Simonescu. I'd just love to know. Oh, a smile.
There she is, the people she's talking to, that the jury, they have at every gymnastics competition, and here it's a particularly high-ranking one, of course, a jury who watch all the routines as well, and who are there to guide the judges when there's a difficult decision like that.
Oh, and there's the boo, 9.975. Emelianchik not too pleased.
Yes, I can see 4 10s up on the judges' scoreboards. Now, of course, they show them around the arena. At one stage, you never saw them, but there's a little scoreboard by each judge. 4 10s there and 2 9.9s. So it's 3 10s and a 9.9 that count, and that comes out to 9.975.
Camelia Bonea from Romania, now on the floor. A nice lifted double back. It was supposed to be pike, but she picked the first part up straight. A smashing routine there from Camelia, but unfortunately for her, she had to follow Emelianchik, who is just something special.
Very high there on that full in back out. Again, the long wait. This time, though, I don't foresee as much difference. There it is. Just come up now. Her score, 9.8. Huang Chun from China.
Cheer there for Jan Kaspro, the Canadian gymnast, on the high and low bars. Wang, one of the better Chinese gymnasts on the floor. Her tumbling isn't of a really high standard, but amazing mobility and good interpretation to the music. Losing marks on all of her double backs there, because now that gymnastics has got even more advanced, they're taking off marks for cowboying the double back somersaults and the tuck shape.
Arrow spring, flick flack, whip back, flick flack, one twist, and then turns it into a difficult element by the punch front somersault.
This is an example of where she'll lose marks by splitting the legs really badly. Quite untidy when we actually see it in slow motion.
Now, is she going to match Omalenchik, or are they going to get unlocked? She'll need a 10 to take the lead. That superb 9.975 from Omalenchik on the floor. But Shushinova, of course, still got that piece of apparatus to come, and she also scored a 10 in the team event. Here she goes on the beam. Beautiful flick-flack, double back, flick-flack, back somersault, back somersault.
Hint of hesitation on those two turns. She nailed that landing. It's a very good routine, lots of difficulty, well executed. A couple of minor wobbles that were hardly noticeable. And here's the first tumbling pass on beam. Flick, whip back, whip back. And she made no doubt about that.
Here the dismount, tremendous power off the beam, and she lands all her somersaults so well, seems to know exactly where she is, however many twists and turns she does in the air. Kolesnikova obviously acting as her mentor and passing in front. Viktor Gavrichenko, there it was in the blue tracksuit. That's a coach. The Russians put him up on the podium with her in the team event, when normally they'd have had Rodionenko. There he is. And the idea of that was that she'd had that dreadful experience on the A-bars, and they just wanted to give her confidence, and it seemed to work because she had a magnificent voluntary confidence. There's the mark, 9.9, still in touch, but now we have a clear leader, Omalinchuk. Yu Feng from China.
A nice double back straight, pity about the landing.
That wonderful strength to come out with the double back somersault with a full twist in the first somersault as her final routine. Chinese so much improved. The girls were very weak at the last World Championships on the vault and the floor, lacked leg power. The Chinese coaches, before the championship started, we were talking with them and they said they'd been working extremely hard on conditioning for the floor and the vault.
And that's a look at the last tumble. Not too well executed, but after a minute and a half of flying around the floor, no wonder.
Well, she looks, in fact, as if she hurt herself a bit coming into that. So much power goes into that lift-off. A lot of strain on the ankles and feet when they come down from those double backs.
Yes, we often see the girls with bandages on their ankles, but this isn't always because they're injured. It's more a preventative measure to help them have stability in their ankles on the landings. Because they do so much training that strappings do help in a preventative way.
And really the worst position to come into a landing as far as injury goes is short. If you come in short, a great jar. We saw Koji Gushikan, the great Japanese, well, the Olympic champion at the moment, do exactly that yesterday in the men's competition.
Yeah, I think she obviously perhaps was just puffed out, John. She seems to be recovered now. And there's her score, 9.725. Tremendous progress on the floor there for the Chinese. And a chance to see the replay of Daniela Silivas's vault that went on earlier during the rotation. The full twisting Sukahara.
Silivas having a very good competition. She's got consistency here, and that's the one thing you expect the young 15-year-old sometimes not to have. Oh, real lift, and she needs it with her height. There's the twist. Lands that very well. Silivas is 9.75. Gabriela Farnrith. This again on tape. A-bars exercise That unusual back straddle over the low bar. Nice Jaeger. Two giant circles. Shoot. Front somersault with half twist. Oh, and a smashing mark, 9.975. Good competition for her.
Ulrike Klutz. Again, this is a replay of something that went on earlier during the rotation. This is Ulrike's vault. Sukahara straight. Could have done with being a little bit higher.
These Germans having a very good competition. Look at the determination on her face as she chases down that runway. Didn't really hold the straight position very long, but landed it beautifully.
.965 for her score.
Dagmar Kirsten, the third East German. On to the A-bars.
A beautiful forward giant there into the Jaeger. Some lovely work. Dagmar Kirsten's coach is on the podium with her tonight, so obviously great expectations of her. Beautiful dismount. A shoot front piked with a half twist. Lovely polish all the way through that routine.
Got real extension into that dismount, and that's the difference between just completing your exercise and completing it in such style that you gain that extra vital 0.1 out of the judges.
Clear circle to handstand. And the long swing into the giant circle, piking onto the bar, the shoot, and then the half twist. Just a little jump back on landing. And how's about that, she says.
And her score, 9.9. Standing up to the pressure well, these Germans are a very young team. There, the position after 3 rotations. There is Omelenchik. They're still in warm-up. A real buzz now around the arena. Going into this final rotation, we're certainly going to have a new world champion. And will it be this little girl, Oksana Omelenchik?
Well, with all those gymnasts on 68 score, it really is going to be an exciting finish. The audience is buzzing, the judges are buzzing. The press here, clitter-clattering with their typewriters and talking. Here she goes. And a beautiful Yurchenko, not in the straight position, in a puck. A gentle bend of the knees allowed whilst twisting.
Yes, she bounced back on landing, but that a very complicated vault. Let's look at it closely now. There's the Arab spring, onto the springboard. Good twist, gets right round, very square, and just that bounce on landing. It'll be a good score, but she'll be looking to eliminate that on her second vault.
A 9.85 for her first score. She's got another chance.
Of course, should she make a perfect 10, it's all over. She's got it. But she's not going to get a perfect 10 for that. Again, that little bounce back, a good vault, but not a great one.
Just look at the power going down that runway. The horse is only 15 centimeters higher than she is. A good extension for the Arab spring, chalk on the floor to signify where her hands go. Shallow flight on, good taxing with the hands, but a little bit untidy during the puck shape, and that jump back on the landing.
The horse, of course, lower, but not much than she is. And there it is, 9.9. She's pushed it up. Now, she'll be thrilled to bits to get that out of the way, but she's going to have an agonizing wait now, because in this last rotation, Shushinova goes 5th on the floor exercises, so she's just got to wait and see whether she's done enough.
Camelia Voinier. That's a very nice vault. Sukahara straight with a full twist. Amazing the amount of speed these girls gather in the runway. 2 feet off, throwing the arms through, joining the feet together, but in slow motion we can just see the ragged end of that vault. Voinier waiting for her second vault. 9.8 for the first. Of course, in the girls, the highest score of the 2 vaults counts. Same vault again. Not quite such good control on the landing, though. See the marks on the runway where the girls measure their strides. And the parting of the legs in that first half twist and the jump back cause deductions from the 10. And 9.8 it is to score. All the gymnasts having to have numbers on their back to identify themselves to the judges, because they're not all known by name, and I think sometimes it's just as well, so we expect impartiality.
Alina Drejana from Czechoslovakia, chalking up before starting her A-bar exercise. They really do take great trouble on these preparations. The springboard's adjusted to a millimetre. In fact, on the vault, you even see them bring out a measuring tape and run it the whole length of the runway, and every different vaulter likes the springboard at a slightly different distance according to their speed, their height from the horse. Just as vital here on the A-bars.
Well, I hope magnesium carbonate is not bad for the digestive system, because they certainly eat plenty of it before they go onto the bars. Czechoslovakians donning some very pretty leotards, feminine pink and yellow and blue. Kachev, back straddle, we saw that in the set exercise. They're allowed to repeat it in a voluntary exercise.
The Czechs all bunched very, very close together. Drejana in 16th place when we came into this final. Shoot front, half turn to finish.
Slow motion shot. This is the upstart, a basic move in gymnastics, but it leads to so many movements. And the shoot front with a half twist. A very clean routine there. Removing the handguards and the sponges. They look after their gear so carefully. And place them carefully in their bags and name all of their equipment. Very personal items in their gymnastics. And it's not all unfriendly, John. A nice little friendly gesture there.
No, they're very friendly to each other. They've got this marvellous concentration when they get on. There's a mark, 9.775. That's excellent. She might even overtake her teammates, and that'll please her, no doubt. 5.25, Sabrina Ma. Still with the A-bars.
Sabrina from the famous Scats Gymnastic Club in California has something like 2,000 members.
This, of course, the piece of apparatus that Jennifer Say, her teammate, had such a nasty fall on in the team event. She's safely through, very accurate routine. Lovely, slim, elegant gymnast, Sabrina Ma.
Don Peters, a really fatherly figure. For better or for worse, he always helps his gymnasts down from the podium. He's disappointed for them and happy for them. Just stalled a circle there on the bottom bar. A stoop through, a form of a basic upstart, and again this upstart action. A clear circle around, not putting the hips on the bar, straddling the legs there to get some extra speed in the giant circle and building right up to her dismount. It's a really high double back and a tidy one too.
She's content. She's just looked up, seen that score, 9.75. A good series from her. Daniela Silvash there. She's next onto the A-bars.
Daniela from the same camp as Katie Szabo, a startling little gymnast. Quite an achievement to even get over that bottom bar at her height. It's a brilliant combination, but on the Delchev she caught her left foot and that slowed her down, and for touching the apparatus she should lose at least a tenth. Katchev not particularly high, and slackness of the knees when she came out of it.
There the dismount. Lovely little exercise. Daniela Silvash had a tremendous competition. You wouldn't believe it from the face.
Well, she touched the bar with her left heel, and to her that's a dreadful mistake. Just shows what perfectionists these girls are. They really do expect such a lot from themselves. They put in the training and they want a good performance and anything but the best from themselves, and they're really not satisfied.
Great cheers in the background for Andrea Owok, the local girl. Well, we can't wait for the score for Silvash, because here is where the World Championship's going to be decided. What a moment. Shushanova needs a 10 to become world champion, and she scored 10 in the team event on this very piece of apparatus, the floor. So we know she's capable of it. Here goes. Can she repeat it? an amazingly well-executed exercise with all that pressure on her. Remember that Omalenchik managed to get 10s from 4 of the judges, but it wasn't enough, and it gave her 9.975. Now, what are they going to give to Shushanova? Because should she end up with 9.975, she'll be first equal.
A look at one of the magnificent tumbles. It's the first one, double back straight. As far as I was concerned, the only thing that the routine lacked was a nice big smile.
Totally different style of gymnast, but can she add the World Championship to the European Championship that she won in the spring? Those cheers, not the cheers for a mark for Shushanova, that's for the American. And there it is, 9.975. She's tied with Omalenchik.
Well, they'll now have to go back onto the count-back stage and see who was in the lead on the third rotation, as they can't have a joint winner unless they were equal on every piece of apparatus.
Well, at the end of 3, of course, it was Omalenchik who was in the lead, having been on the floor before Shushanova. Well, we're waiting on the checking there, but we think Omalenchik has got it. Really, a little bit of luck with her, the floor, her best piece, and she happened to get onto it, Monica, before Shushanova.
Yes, well, we'll just have to look back and see what Omalenchik scored on her third apparatus and see what Shushanova scored on her third. That's the general procedure. I've never seen a joint world champion announced yet.
Well, if we're a little bit hesitant, we haven't had this sort of situation before. That third piece was the floor for Omalenchik, and of course she got a 9.975 there, and that's where she took the lead from Shushanova. Priyanka Demireva there on the beam, but I think everybody really totally preoccupied finding out whether we're correct.
A nice Arab spring straight back on beam. A little hesitation on landing. Some brilliant mobility. That's a beautiful movement. It's called the Shapaznikova planche, originated by Shapaznikova, who incidentally is from the same camp as Yurchenko, coached by the famous Rostorovsky. Oh, another nice combination, but just not positive enough. No reason at all why she shouldn't stop herself from wobbling, but it's all down to belief in oneself on this piece of apparatus. And a heavily cowboyed tuck there on that double back. She'll lose marks for it. Demireva, a good performer from Bulgaria. There's the flick-flack and the straight back with the hefty wobble at the end of it, but she just manages to stick that leg up in the air and stop herself from coming off.
Well, the deliberation's still going on as to what's going to happen in splitting Omalenchik and Shushanova. We think that this business of going back to the third round doesn't necessarily mean their third round. It means the third piece of the Olympic rotation. Now, of course, that starts on vault, goes to asymmetric bars, goes to beam, and then goes to floor. So it comes back then to what the two girls scored on beam,
the milling around the outside of the apron of the podium. All of the gymnasts discussing amongst themselves their marks and the possibility of who is our next world champion. Shushenova and Omolenchik, the two gymnasts brought back into the event by the Russian camp. It just shows how accurate the Russians are in assessing the ability of their gymnasts. Tactically, not a very pleasant move for Mostopanova and Baraksanova, but we've got to hand it to them. They do know talent when they see it.
And really the mystery grows. We're checking back here like mad, and they both scored 9.9 on the beam, so we can't split them there.
And in the background we can just see a glimpse of Natalia Yurchenko, the reigning world champion, but I'm afraid that title isn't going to last much longer.
No, Yurchenko down in 7th place after the 3rd round. That's a floor score you saw there. She's got no chance now, really, of getting up into the medals. In fact, she's got no chance at all of getting up into the medals. But of course, that won't stop her wanting to finish her competition on a high note.
Of course, beautiful mount, an Arab Spring straight back somersault to land on one leg. Oh, and she really is hesitant.
I bet she's glad that the championship wasn't all riding on that.
Of course, the girls have yet another competition, the individual apparatus championship, so Yurchenko can treat this as a warm-up. We know she's preparing for her other famous move that she originated, the Yurchenko flick. She has to push her hips forwards to be able to go up and land right back down on the spot and then wrap around the beam, which, remember, isn't round, so it's not very comfortable. Even on the simplest turn, the rise onto the toes, immense concentration into the end. And a slight step back on landing. Well, far from perfect. We're very, very critical about our gymnasts, but we have seen some tremendous gymnastics here at this World Championships, and I think we've all learned a lot.
What's lovely there was little Omolenchik going to congratulate her. There's the Yurchenko move. Tremendous back suppleness needed there.
Oh, and a caring little gesture there from Rodionenko, and that's enough to send Yurchenko right into tears. A little bit of sympathy.
Well, there's Yurchenko's score, 9.8. We're still trying to unravel this tie that we've got in first place. And to help me, I've got John Atkinson, the technical director of the British Gymnastics Association. Now, we think, John, it goes back through the pieces in Olympic order, don't we? Now, they got the same score on floor, which is the fourth piece, the same score on the beam, 9.9, which is the 3rd piece. Does it then go back to the A-bars?
In the opinion of Alan Berger and Lee Simard, who are running this competition, this will be a tie, unless somebody beats both of these gymnasts, and as yet, you know, this pool is not finished.
Well, although the pool's not finished, the scores after the 3rd round do make that impossible.
I am actually quoting Alan Berger in this instance.
Marvellous. So that's the latest situation. Let's hope she's right. If anybody knows, she ought to. Well, their confirmation, Omolenchik and Shushenova, the joint world champions.
Canadian Gymnastics Federation. Cérémonie protocolaire des 23e championnats du monde de gymnastique. Au total des épreuves, individual all-around.
Well, there, all the gymnasts on the podium, and there, Omalenchik and Shushunova. Little Oksana Omalenchik, just 15 years old, and Elena Shushunova, 16 years old, of course, already the European champion. And there they go together onto the gold medal position. They were great rivals through the competition, but they'll happily settle there for a double gold. Ellenberger and Yuri Titov presenting the medals.
Troisième et médaillé de bronze, third and bronze medalist de la République démocratique allemande from the German Democratic Republic, Dagmar Kersten.
And a great triumph too for Dagmar Kersten of East Germany. Wonderful effort from her. Bronze medal for East Germany.
En quatrième position.
Well, a bit of a lopsided podium there, but they are the medal winners. Joint gold, Oksana Omalenchik and Elena Shushunova. Third to Dagmar Kersten. Fourth, another East German, Gabriele Fähnrich. Had there been one slip by Kersten, Fähnrich was even on the same apparatus group, and Kersten had to go up first. And she had been into the bronze medal position. Katie Szabo comes in 5th place. That dreadful error on the beam, her first piece of apparatus, ruled her right out of contention. Boriana Stoyanova to the vault. She scored 9.7 on her first vault. In this individual apparatus final, the gymnasts have to perform 2 different vaults, and then the scores of the 2 are averaged to go with their preliminary score.
The full twisting Sukahara in the puck position, slightly folded at the hips and bent at the knees to allow faster rotation and faster twisting. Closer look at the vault. Lost her legs right throughout the vault. A good landing and good flight, but rather untidy. 9.8 for Boriana.
Huang Chun from China. This is her first vault. .725. She came into the final in equal 5th position.
Chinese really improved this year at their vaulting at the last World Championships. Didn't make a final. There's the handspring part, the half twist, a Cuervo vault, high but not really tidy. 9.725. Second vault, a different one. That's a Sukahara with a full twist. She got lots of length from the horse. Lots of power as she comes in, strikes the board. And this is where she loses. The slow motion shows those untidy marks. 9.775.
In 3rd place, coming into this final, Katie Szabo. Can she get an individual gold medal? Disappointing Championships for her so far. Carrying through 9.775.
No doubt about it, that was a very good vault. But the puffed shape really doesn't sell the vault to its best.
Now, it's one of those vaults that is very difficult, but it doesn't look very beautiful, Monica, isn't it? The twisting tuck sukahara. Only, as you say, this one halfway between the tuck and the pike.
Sound and a nice still landing. The Arab spring onto the board. This is the Yurchenko, but you can see in slow motion there the turned up feet long before she was due to land. 9.9. Good score though.
Second vault, remember, the two vaults both count, scores averaged and added to the carry-through score.
Still going for the Yurchenko, this time straight, and that was a lot better in my opinion. That's a much smarter vault with the straight shape. The Tariff no different.
Here we go, the round off onto the springboard, straight, and the twist in there looks much, much cleaner. 9.85 to scores, a bit low off the top of the horse.
World champion in the all-round event, Elena Shushanova. What a cross. That was Yurchenko straight with a full twist. And there was no doubt about that landing. She really nailed it.
Shushanova came into this final in the lead. 9.988.
And just look at the lift from the top of the horse there. It was really a beautiful vault. Her second vault. Now I wonder what she's going to do here. She's changed the number of the vault, indicates a change in it. And a 1.5 twisting Yurchenko. A new vault to these World Championships.
Watch this. Again, the round off. So many of these girls doing Yurchenkos backwards off the horse and then 1.5 twists to come out facing forwards. She's got a good lead.
And Natalia Yurchenko, the innovator of this vault, seen so many vaults done, and this is the girl who created the movement. And funnily enough, she doesn't perform it as well as the rest. She's just seen Shushanova perform it with 1.5 twists and score 9.975, and that won't lead up to that standard at all. Just let's take a closer look at it. Peculiar skip step into the board. And quite untidy off the top of the horse.
Not been the best of championships for Yurchenko. I think she might have even been a bit discouraged here because we've just worked it out. Shushanova, with the lead she took in and that tremendous average score, can't be beaten. She's got the gold medal. And Yurchenko scores 9.8.
And Yurchenko for her second vault. The average of both marks in this final, adding to the preliminary score. Well, everything went wrong there. There isn't such a vault as a Yurchenko piked. She had nominated probably a Yurchenko straight with a full twist. That's what we'd imagine. So I think she'll take a heavy drop in this score.
Yes, she hit the springboard right at the horse end of it. And the judges have docked her for not performing the vault 9.05 and 9.425 the score that counts.
And East German's Dagmar Kirsten. Really attractive little gymnast. She got the bronze medal in the all-round event. Really powering in towards the board. And that's an unusual vault to watch. It's called a Cuervo. And it's a handspring beginning and then half a twist followed by the somersault. Really powerful little stuff, this girl. There's the handspring, half twist, back somersault piked. Again, the slow motion revealing the split of the legs. I wonder if the judges noticed that.
Yes, it's very easy for the judges to miss that, because by the time she lands, she's got them well together again. And of course, that takes place very, very quickly. 9.9, that's a tremendous first vault for her. There's a medal hanging on this one. Oh, it's another good vault. The bronze medal is on offer.
Let's have a look at the second vault, which was a Sukahara, a full twist again in the puffed shape. A little bit wild towards the landing and drop chest, but otherwise a very good vault, and the score shows it 9.9 for her average.
Two 9.9s. And there's the winner, Shushinova, and a class of her own when it comes to vaulting. Confirmation there. Shushinova first, 19.826. Katerina Szabo, 19.65, gets the silver. That seems to be her role in life. And Dagmar Kirsten gets the bronze.
And to the asymmetric bars, and here we have Gabriele Farnrich from the East German camp. She scored a 10 in the team championships. Comes into this competition as the leader, and what a superb bar worker she is.
Yes, she really is. Let's just look at this. She only dropped 0.05 on her voluntaries as well. And she's got a really clear lead, because the Russians, to carry through their story that Mostapanova and Baraksanova were injured, which is what they claim was the reason they couldn't take part in the top 36, have pulled them out of this event. So she's well clear, and I'm sure that's the gold medal for her, even before the score comes up.
This is her unusual start. An Arab spring and a back straddle straight into the Stolder movement to handstand. Gabriela has a most beautiful line right through the movements, never turns her feet up, never bends her knees, her legs never part. Just at the very end there to stabilize her landing.
She really is such a superb worker. Look at that, 9.95 in a class of her own, Gabriele Farnrich.
And celebrations all around there from her coach.
Strange situation to go out first, perform your exercise and know you can't be caught. Camelia Voinea from Romania, she carries through 9.788.
Camelia came into the individual asymmetric bar championship in 4th position. She was 9th in the all-round championship, and she's not a very experienced gymnast, so she's had a particularly good competition for Romania. We're really seeing some magnificent form from these girls. A slight jump back on the landing, but some beautifully executed work in the middle of the routine. And execution is all important, because 4 whole marks out of the 10 go for execution and how the movements are performed. So great attention has to be paid to this detail. The giant circles into the double back dismount, and just a deduction on landing. And 9.675, a good score.
Little Dagmar Kirsten, that waif-like look, some people have christened her Orphan Annie here. Carries through 9.863.
Quite a startling little performer, and especially in that leotard with the petal defect, brightly coloured. She really does make the best of her looks. And with gymnastics like that, why not? Super work.
The young East German team have had a very good competition. There, the Jaeger somersault and then immediate drop to the low bar. Straddle up to handstand, half turn.
This is the clear circle. The last section of the bar routine, we call this winding up towards the dismount. Feet onto the bar for the undershoot movement, a lovely pike shoot front with a half twist. Came into the competition on bars, second equal. And I think that may be a good enough routine to get into the medals. We'll just have to wait and see what the judges think. 9.9, smashing score.
Katie Szabo, 9.863. I always worry about them taking away the springboard, Monica.
Yes, they have lots of practice of that in the gym, but you know, sometimes a coach can be so busy watching the routine she can forget. Jaeger to catch, good routine. Szabo not brilliant on the bars in all aspects, but that particular movement on the bottom bar, that 1.5 twist, part of her brilliance. She really has to be consistent to pick up the scores. Double twisting, oops, double twisting back away, let go of the bar far too early, didn't get 2 twists in and took a tumble, and that really will be expensive for her.
Seems to be the story of the 1985 World Championships for Szabo. There we can see that dismount, and it'd been a lovely exercise till then, but she seems to just flatter to deceive in these championships. Little mistakes right when you think she's got through, and they're penalised very heavily, 9.55.
Demirova, a fine Hungarian gymnast. Beautiful high catch of there. It's a really nice work from bar to bar. Judges are looking for movements that go underneath and over both of the bars. Flight from the bars. Lovely routine. Nice high double back away.
Super routine, but she was only carrying through 9.7, and I don't think it's going to be a 10, and that's what she'd need to get into the medals.
Never mind, it's good enough to say that you were 6th, 7th or 8th in the world.
9.725. Hanna Richner from Czechoslovakia.
Watching that routine, you can see that a fall in the middle of a routine is very costly, because Hanna got a lovely rhythm all the way through, no stops, and this is a very important factor about asymmetric bar work.
The final on uneven bars is now completed.
Short clear there, up to handstand, and then just piking a little to get through in front of that low bar, and the chute front somersault with half twist to finish. Richner, a tall girl, there it is, 9.825. And that just takes her into the bronze medal position. The gold, very clear. Gabriela Farnrich, 19.938. Dagmar Kirsten, the silver. Kazakova just going onto the beam. She really illustrates exactly what these individual apparatus finals are all about, because she didn't even make the top 36 and therefore didn't take part in the all-round competition. But these individual apparatus finals, you qualify for them by, there she is coming off, you qualify for them in your first set of set routines and voluntary routines, so it goes back beyond the top 36, and you do get the occasional one popping up who's a specialist on one piece, and that's obviously the case with Kazakova. Little Bulgarian. She's in 5th place coming into this final, and she's not having a happy time.
The minimum time for the girls' beam routines is 1 minute and 15 seconds. And at 1 minute and 30 seconds, a whistle is sounded and they must be on the floor by 1:35. Well, an unfortunate dismount there for Kazakova. She had a fall in the middle and a very under-rotated double back somersault, for which she'll lose quite heavily. But she's the first performer in this individual apparatus final, so she's setting the standard for the rest of the gymnasts to follow.
Just steadying herself for one of her tumbling runs. Flick-flack, free back, and that's where she came off. Difficult combination, but we've seen a lot of more complex combinations than that, and at the top level, people staying well on. And that dismount too, for a moment I thought she was going to hit the beam.
As always, whilst the judges are taking stock of the mark to be given for the first performer on the apparatus, they take their time, because it's very important that they set the standard and they get their act together.
The Bulgarians are a very strong team. They had a tremendous start to the World Championships, really came through well, but then, having got up into 4th place going into the final voluntary exercises, they rather fell apart, and they had a bad time. Long deliberation here. Well, the score's up. 8.9 she got. Katie Szabo from Romania. Everyone here would dearly love to see her win a gold medal. She goes into this in 2nd place. She's equal second with Elena Shushanova and Natalia Yurchenko, just 0.025 in front. So she could certainly catch the moniker. But of course, this was the piece she came off on yesterday.
Yes, I'm really rooting for her, because in the individual she dropped down to 5th place, and I'd love to see her get a medal. And I think the crowd here have really been behind her all the way. She's a real popular girl.
That's where she went wrong yesterday. That difficult little sit with the leg going down the side of the beam. And unfortunately, it went all the way down the side yesterday.
Well, it really does take nerves of steel to produce your best on the beam, because in the individual apparatus final there's only one piece of apparatus working together. They haven't got the distractions of the music, and the crowd tends to be very quiet, so sometimes the silence is worse. Very good dismount, and indeed a very good routine.
Warm applause from the crowd. Very, very friendly crowd. Whatever's been going on in the arena in the judging, and there's been a bit of politicking there, the Canadian crowd have certainly taken these World Championships to their heart. They've enjoyed them thoroughly. We've had full houses the last 2 nights. That just going onto the podium we saw was little Elena Shushanova. There, that middle tumbling run on the beam, flick flack, straight back.
And just look at the way she runs along the beam for the dismount, plants 2 feet firmly on the end of the beam and lands very precisely.
We've had a lot of slow judging here today, and the crowd getting very impatient. It's spoiling their enjoyment of the competition, because it really does break up the rhythm. At times we've had 5 minutes between exercises.
And I think Sabo thinks she deserves a little refreshment.
She can't relax totally yet because she's also in the floor final, but I think a number of these girls, particularly because they have to be so careful with their diet, Monica, will be going out for a jolly good feed after the competition's finished tonight.
Yes, 3 days of activity and the stress and strain that goes with it surely burns up a few calories.
And most of them will have been looking to peak for this competition, won't they? And even the hardest of coaches will probably give them at least a week or 2 off.
Oh yes, I think it will certainly be winding down time. They've had a very busy season. Had the Europeans earlier in the year, and the culmination is, of course, the World Championships.
Well, once again, a long delay. The pity of that is it starts one speculating that perhaps the people who don't want her to win are marking her down, and the people who do want her to win. Have we got a Romanian judge on this, Monica?
Well, at least with bringing 6 judges into the ladies' event, the top and bottom marks being discarded and the middle 4 being averaged, there is little chance of... oh, and there's the score, 9.875. And I think it's a bit low, and I think the crowd agrees too. What do you think, John?
Well, it just depends on how they go on. If they're going to stay shy of the top marks to give them somewhere to go, then fine. In some ways, I'm all in favour. I'd rather see 9.7s and 9.8s and not hitting 10s for exercises where we can see faults. But we'll see now, because this is Elena Shushanova. She's equal with Szabo going into this final. 9.9 her carry-through score. So anything better than 9.875 will, of course, give her the lead.
And she's gone 1 better than Szabo and done a flick-flack and 2 straight-back somersaults. So the judges did give themselves some leeway.
Now, that's the sort of thing that you at home, the audience here, certainly Monica and I can see was a very, very big fault. Now, the one criticism I think that we'd have had today about the judges is sometimes with the top competitors they haven't penalised that sort of mistake as harshly as we thought they should.
I have an opinion, but I'm nervous. I'm concentrating on this beam routine. Well, I can heave my sigh of relief now. That was a nice double back dismount. She got her act together in the end, but she should have really lost up to 3/10 for that massive wobble. But we'll have to wait and see.
There's the flick and then 2 back somersaults. She landed that one beautifully.
And how many gymnasts go wrong on what appears to be such a simple movement, a 360-degree turn?
Which, of course, they have to do in every single beam routine because it is compulsory. The composition of the voluntary exercises is voluntary, but there are certain elements that you just have to include.
Gavrichenko, Shishinova's coach, has just walked away from her. He's a pretty cool character. He doesn't get himself too highly strung. He's not too disappointed by her performance.
And there he is standing next to her.
I think she's the one who wants to be on her own. Very, very strong character. A real competitor, doesn't like to make mistakes. Not many of these highly skilled gymnasts do, and that's what makes them champions. Shishinova had a fantastic day yesterday, winning the all-round title with her country mate, Omelienchik.
Yes, and maybe that's affected her. I mean, it's been a very traumatic competition for her. She started dreadfully with that total blank on the asymmetric bars in her set exercise, and really went to pieces there, fought all the way back, came through magnificently, and they've done the right thing. 9.675. She came back magnificently to win the all-around title with Omelienchik, and she's just relaxed a little.
And Natalia Yurchenko, a real lady of gymnastics, very, very elegant, extremely calm, and even under pressure or after mistakes, she takes it all in her stride. Oh, I wonder how well she takes that in her stride. She's fallen off twice on that this year, the World Students' Games, and now when she's in contention for a gold medal in the individual championships. And another bad wobble.
Well, she was the leader. Dare one say it, that certainly opened the way for Sabo. But don't think that it was a gift from Yurchenko, because she's had a pretty awful championship for her. She's certainly, at the beginning of yesterday, I think, expected to be onto the gold winners rostrum at the end, and she ended up, of course, coming 6th.
And that Yurchenko flick, she herself invented that movement, and it's named after her. She looks extremely tall, but in actual fact she's only 5'1", just under 7 stone. But in comparison to some of the very small gymnasts, she looks taller than she actually is.
Well, even the step back there on her landing, not a good championship for Yurchenko, but for me still one of the loveliest and most elegant gymnasts that we've seen on the world scene over the past decade.
And a closer look at this, the Arab Spring, an exquisite takeoff, really high but just out of line, so when she comes onto the straight back onto one leg, she overbalances, and that's a loss of 0.5. And now she'll sit in her little corner and think about it.
She always does go into this sort of reverie, almost goes through, and there's Katie Szabo. I think she's obviously done her sums. The next person up is Dagmar Kirsten. She comes into this final over 0.1 behind Katie Zaba, so she'd need a 10 to actually get up into the gold medal position. And the only person really who could perhaps overhaul her is the other Romanian, little delightful Daniela Silvash. Yurchenko impassively looking out. A lot of discussion. There always seems to be a lot of discussion when big mistakes have been made.
And no doubt the male judges will be criticising, because they'll say, well, you've got 6 women together now instead of 4, so they're bound to take longer.
Yes, just to explain that, they get rid of the top and bottom and they average out the middle 4, and that's why we've got such strange looking scores, things like 925, and then when you've averaged them out with other scores, 688 and things like that, 3 places of decimals, and we're getting down, of course, then to it being possible to win an event by 1,000th of a mark.
It's absolutely packed in here tonight, and I'm sure that the audience will start getting rather restless in a minute. The slow hand clapping will start. Oh, and the score 8.925.
That's no more than she could expect, and she knows it. Little word there from Shushinova, and still very nervous Ekaterina Szabo.
And here's the delightful little Dagmar Kirsten from East Germany. In yesterday's all-around event, she came 3rd. Let's see what she can do on the beam. Oh, dear me.
Will you stop introducing like that, Monica? Because every time you do, they immediately come off it. Again, she's had a very big competition, getting up there into the bronze medal position. Tremendous breakthrough for her. And she's just relaxed that much. I mean, this is the sort of exercise that she's probably practiced 500 times, and 2 falls already.
Well, earlier in the week, I was talking to the East German coach, and Farnriek had fallen off the beam in the team championships, and they thought that was a disaster, having a gymnast fall off the beam. So what they're going to say about 2 falls in one routine, I shudder to think.
And then does the much more difficult front somersault with no trouble at all.
It's amazing how infectious quality, or the lack of it, can be on beam. The first performer fell off, and ever since then we've had wobbles and falls. Now, undoubtedly, if the first performer had scored a tremendously high mark, perhaps the gymnasts would have been concentrating that much more.
Well, she finishes well, but much too late. You can't put a gymnastics routine right. There is no recovery. That mistake stays with you, and she's only being marked out of 9 as a maximum, so we can expect a score there, I would think, somewhere around 8.5 or 6.
And that's exactly how the fall happened. Her weight too much over to the left of the beam.
You see some competitors, Monica, using a relatively simple mount and putting their difficulty in elsewhere. Some of the others go for difficulty there at the beginning. Always strikes me as being a bit risky, because I think probably better to get on and settle yourself, if only just for 2 or 3 seconds.
Yes, I think it's a debatable point. It really depends on the individual talent of the gymnast. If she's a powerful, springy gymnast, then use a big mount if you can cope with it. Dagmar still manages to get a smile, and her coach very philosophical. What's done is done. You can't mend the situation. But I'm sure that when she goes back to training, she'll take stock of this and look back on it as an experience. She'll remember it and hopefully try not to do it again.
Still 3 more gymnasts to go in this final. All the individual apparatus finals are competed with 8 qualifiers.
And Dagmar making the most of the weight, and she's putting her supportive bandages on her ankles, ready for the next rotation, which is floor. And there is her score, only 8.55.
Katie Szabo, far from standing against the fence looking anxious, has decided that the wait between scores is so long, she's going to get on with it and get ready for her floor exercise too. She's doing tumbling runs down on the side of the podium. Hanna Richner from Czechoslovakia. She was in 8th position in the all-round competition, and she comes into this final in 8th position, so she can't catch Ekaterina Szabo.
Well, I hope I don't talk too soon and put a jinx on her and send her flying off the beam, but she has a tremendous history on beam. She won a silver medal at the 1983 World Championships in Budapest. That raises applause from the audience, showing tremendous mobility in that yoga handstand. And the Arab Spring double back somersault off the end of the beam, which is very difficult but has become so commonplace at these championships, where the standard is tremendously high.
There is that dismount. Again, getting a little bit offline, but nevertheless a very good exercise from her. .99 would take her up into second equal. Now, I have to confess, I don't know who that man is, but the cameraman obviously seems to think he's important. The crowd obviously aware that Szabo is in the lead. 9.8, good, but not good enough. Iveta Polakova from Czechoslovakia, 10th in the all-round, and comes in here with a carry-through score of 9.688.
Oh, a front somersault with a half twister, Barani. First invented by Lavinia Agashi from Romania. And I think those three movements were meant to link together, but she broke in between. This new code of points, that's the rule book for gymnastics, is all about linking difficult skills together, and this is how the gymnasts score high marks.
Triple twist there on that dismount. But there we can see that front somersault with half turn. A big wobble on the end of it, but it's a very difficult move because you take your body out of line of the beam.
Yes, it is, and she managed to hold on. The wobble wasn't desperately bad, but I would say 2/10. And that was dangerously near to the end of the beam.
And it was 2 3/4.
Even though this girl is from the same country as Hanna Rishna, Aveta hasn't got the same coloured leotard on because this is in fact an individual event. So they don't have to wear a team leotard. They can do if they so choose, as the Romanians have, but they can select their own colour of leotard.
9.85, a lot of difficulty in that exercise, and she's gained the reward for it. Last to go onto the beam, this little character, the little elfin Daniela Silivas, one of the great little characters of the championships. She's a tremendous tumbler, but finds it difficult to be as chirpy as she is on floor when she's on the beam.
Yes, that's quite difficult. The pressure's really on her because she's the last performer and she does stand a chance of getting into the medals. 4 feet 5 inches tall and under 4 stone in weight.
Yes, if she performed the perfect routine, she could overtake Zaba. Oh, that was a lovely sequence. 9.975 to win, and 9.775, which is well within her capability for the silver medal. And that would, of course, make it a 1-2 for Romania.
Right, just the dismount. And wasn't that brilliant? Arm spring flip, double back somersault. She's so little, the beam looks much, much broader to her than most people.
A very happy Katie Szabo. Silivas, she loves the attention of the crowd and they love her. Of course, this live from Montreal. The time here is 5 to 7, coming up to midnight with you, I know, but we're going through to the end of this final with lots more exciting gymnastics.
Silivas's split leap. Once the first 2 or 3 lengths is over, she really has found her confidence. Preparing for her dismount now. There it is, Arab spring, flick-flack, double back.
Oh, my goodness, she has got the perfect 10 for that exercise. That gives her the gold medal, and Katie Szabo gives her a kiss. What a sport this
girl Katie Szabo is, she must have thought that that gold medal was hers, and Silivash has stolen it from her right at the last moment. 1-2 from Romania, but not the way round we thought.
Well, that perfect 10 naturally has set this crowd into sheer ecstasy. A wonderful little win for Silivash.
All about the bronze medal on it. Silivash taking the gold, 19.813, Szabo silver, and Shushanova got the bronze. And there is the delightful... We had a vote here at the championships for the most charming gymnast, and all the ITV team voted for Szabo just because of her great gymnastics, but also her personality and her demeanour, particularly in disappointment.
Well, that was a real Katie Szabo special. Some magnificent tumbling. Tremendously popular girl. She really has opened the hearts of the crowd here at this championship, because she's been tremendously disappointed in the results. She's performed to her best, but her best just hasn't been good enough.
There, this middle tumbling run. 5, 6, 7 tumbles in it. Little Silivash just being preened, ready to go on floor. She's next but one, in fact.
And Gavrichenko in the front of the picture, pacing the floor, because his performer is next to go. Elena Shushanova.
9.875. That's a good mark. It wasn't certainly a perfect routine. But now, Elena Shushanova, and we already know that she can produce the perfect routine. She has scored a 10 on floor in the team event in these championships.
a taste of fantastic tumbling and some of that choreography that Hayley was talking about. You can just see all of the year's work that has gone into that routine.
She led going into the final. 9.938 she carried through in front of Omalenchik, her great rival, who's also scored a 10, of course, 9.9. So she's got 0.38 in hand.
Well, we might spend a lot of time talking about the judges and criticising them on occasions, but they really do have a difficult task here because there's such a bevy of talent amongst these young girls that to choose exactly who is best and notice all of the minor faults is very difficult. Chatting with Omalenchik there.
It's amazing, really, when you think Omalenchik has to go in just about 3 or 4 minutes, and she seems totally relaxed. There we are. 2 of the judges gave it 10, but 2 gave it 9.9, and that leaves the score at 9.95. Well, I did all I could. If that wasn't good enough, it just wasn't good enough.
Daniela Silvash. Delightful little poppet from Romania. Came 7th in the all-round championship and into this floor final in 5th place.
4 feet 5 inches of dynamite.
Beautiful triple twist, in the centre of the routine.
There, that pert little pose there at the end, and incredible strength packed into that little body. That was a full in, back out somersault to finish the routine as well as to start it. She actually struck me as being not quite as chirpy as she was before. Perhaps the adrenaline dried up a bit after that unexpected gold on beam, because I'm sure she didn't expect to overtake Sabo.
And that was the first tumble. Tremendous energy. She just never stopped in this routine. And this, the full twisting double back at the end. Slow motion revealing some of the faults. .9
she got for it. Packed with difficulty. A few boos from the crowd, but that wasn't perfect either. Iveta Polakova from Czechoslovakia, 10th in the all-round championship, comes into this final in 6th place, carrying through 9.8.
display of gymnastics. Not quite up to the class of the Romanians that we've just seen, but certainly very good indeed. Tremendously fit, these gymnasts.
Haven't seen much of Polikova, but she's got a very graceful line to her, Monica.
Yes, her dance was certainly beautiful. Not so tidy on that double back, but she was tired.
No, not so tidy on that. Just as I said, of course, she cowboys it. That's the phrase we use for tucking your hands in behind your legs to help the rotation.
I think, John, at these World Championships, the coaches have been far more nervous than the gymnasts. And I know just how they're feeling. There's the score, 9.825.
Yes, of course, well, some of the coaches in some of the countries, their jobs are on the lines. And it's very important even to the amount of money they get. Now, the only girl who can catch Shushanova, if Omalenchik could repeat her 10 from the team exercises, then she will beat Shushanova for the gold.
Absolutely fantastic, and she managed to breathe as well.
It is a sensational exercise. It's just so wonderful. Haley was talking about the Russians spending time in front of mirrors practicing their head and hand movements. I'm sure she practices her smile, because every time she comes out of a tumble, it's there glued onto her face, and it does make such a difference, especially with a little tiny pixie of a character as she is, when you look as if you're enjoying yourself.
And here's this fantastic double tumble run, 9 movements altogether. She's up to the back dive Tinska. She goes into an Arab spring there, and a 1.5 twisting Arabian dive roll. Some fabulous tumbling. It was just super.
Shushanova and Omalenchik, hugs and kisses. Are they going to share another gold? No, they're not. Omalenchik has got it. She's got her second 10 of the competition. Big kiss. What a lovely scene that. Shushanova happy to come second this time.
Well, this is real sport. Fantastic stuff.
Well, there's absolutely no question that is the gold. Ulrike Klotz, Dagmar Kirsten, Lenka Pitlovikova still to go, but they're going for the bronze at most. Ulrike Klotz next. East Germany came 13th in the all-around, but she's third into this competition.
great routine. Very attractively dressed there, Ulrike Klutz. Nice bright pink to match her blonde hair. And the last tumble, double back, a good landing.
Just waiting for that score. A moment to slip in the other results that we've had for those people waiting up and wondering what the news is. Just before we do, 9.9, there it is for Ulrike Klutz.